Gather round, adventurers bold in the realm where tales unfold. The podcast of heroes, a quest divine, where imagination takes flight. Let's combine. Roll the dice, let the story begin. Monsters and magic, the battles within. From dragons to dungeons, a thrilling ride. Action Surge podcast where legends collide. Action Surge, it's time to embark on a podcast journey where dungeons spark. Venture forth with warriors true in the world of D&D. We welcome you. Action Surge, it's time to embark on a podcast journey where dungeons spark. Venture forth with warriors true in the world of D&D. We welcome you.
It's a Friday the 13th kind of day.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Yeah,
I'm
sure
going to
is.
unwatch your stream now if I can figure out how to do that. Stop watching. There it is. Woo! I fixed it. I did it.
Yay! You did it.
Although now we're all off camera, off kilter on camera. I don't know why.
All right, let's go with.
Is it because I did
No,
that?
I think it's
There we
I think
go.
it's just division. Oh, do you?
You just did what?
Nothing.
You liar, James. You just trying to tell people stories that
Rambling.
don't exist. James is like GMing from. He's like side. What is it? No, backseat GMing. He's backseat GMing. He's making up random shit over there. He's making up random shit, and we're just supposed to be following along.
I was asking to random shit.
I backseat GM all the time, and I'm sorry, I do it, but I can't help it. I try not to.
Bullshit the DM.
All
I
right.
try to be helpful when I do it, and,
So, like, there's-
and I realize I do it.
James is like, y'all didn't know that there was this thing going on that was like the thing and the stuff and the thing, and then we're like, what? And he's like, nothing. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. And then we're going, wait a minute, what? But what about the one of the thing and the thing? And he's like, nah, I didn't say anything about no thing and the thing.
I'm just glad that when I'm doing it and it's driving you and it bugs you tell me shut up, because.
See, some people get mad at that. So I am guilty of telling people to shut up on stream more often than I should. Sometimes it's shut the fuck up.
Usually I do it trying to be helpful. If
I-
I'm not being helpful.
I
I'd rather you tell me,
realize-
shut up.
I realize people are trying to be helpful, but you know, like, it's like mental juggling for me sometimes. So, shit. Okay. Busted. All right. Here,
If
let
I'm
me
not
just give
being
this one.
helpful, I'd rather you tell me shut
This
up.
one's Michael. I think you're oversharing. That's what I should say. I think you're oversharing whenever anybody gets into that thing where I'm about to tell them shut the fuck up. I should be like, I think you're oversharing. All right, you know what we're gonna add?
Yeah, I'm just going with it.
Let's
Just
do
because
this.
I'm making decisions based on the character
Ah,
and not like on optimization. Because I
how
think
dare you?
that's going to be best.
Yeah,
So, like,
been
you should,
doing
you
that
should, you
lately.
probably should, but I mean, it also, like, again, this one is also not as role play heavy to some degree. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's a little bit more role play heavy than others, but mostly no.
Mostly chaos.
You rename this
my
here.
changes.
Rename. Otherwise, I'm going to get confused when I'm going to look for it. This one's Brandon. And this one, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Ah, there you are. This one.
Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Ah, yes, you can tell what kind of stream this is going to be. The stream of mediocrity. Welcome on, come on down.
Come on down to Friday the 13th.
Do I need to adjust my armor class? Because my
It
armor
should do it
class
automatically.
It should be, my armor class should be 18
Well, I
right
notice you're
now.
wearing like a BDU shirt, so when they adjust your armor class in the army, don't they just come along and smack your hat off your head?
That's the same.
Brandon, you'd know, right? I mean, that's a uniform adjustment, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Mm.
Or they give you the blood wings and everything like that.
So to give you an idea,
Yeah.
my cousin was in the army. My cousin Alan, and he it was after the army had become a kinder, gentler army, but a little bit before you started, Brandon. He was still there while you were there, but I believe he was still there when you were there. At any rate, he was in, I believe, basic is when it happened, but he kept wearing his hat crooked, like, which the drill sergeant did not like that at all, and so he kept wearing his hat crooked. But of course, my cousin Alan, being Alan, he did this shit on purpose, and didn't care what the drill sergeant didn't like. And then the drill sergeant one day comes and smacks him in the head, like, so hard it knocks his head off his head, like, just smacks him in the head. And he says, "Hey, you can't do that. You're not allowed to hit me." He says, "I wasn't hitting you. I was adjusting your uniform, sir." I just thought that was a funny story.
It's yeah, that sounds.
It's a technicality. He was adjusting.
Okay,
Of course, I grew up Vietnam. Was my dad, so so I understand that. Quite
yeah,
well.
his era was a bit worse. You better hope they wasn't adjusting your uniform in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Oh no! Back then, is if you were in the wrong to go out back behind the shed, whoever came out
I can't
first
find. Oh,
was
there.
right.
Okay, so this was.
It's usually a higher
rename
rank.
this one. Rename
did it, Dad.
this
Dad
one
does
is going
it.
to be shit bomb. I mean shit bomb.
Yavam, it's a silent DT.
Yeah, but you're the one that you're the one that said that
Michael, he
you're
knows
the
that.
yeah,
He
you're
knows that, and he's gonna keep doing it.
you're the one that said that it was a running joke that people would call him that. So I'm just going with
Yes.
That's okay.
Because
It's okay.
they think that the DT is hard.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but it's really soft like a potato. Oh
Yeah,
like
It's
my
a softie.
brain. I mean, wait,
no.
All right, why is this only showing
wait,
me
potatoes
as a
are
level
hard.
4?
Wait, what? Unless they're boiled. Sorry, what was the question, Michael? What are you asking about?
My character sheet is only showing me as a level 4.
Because it's because of the length of the name,
you know what?
it's rolled over. So you would have to click on that little gear at the top to see the full name, probably. And then even then, I don't know if it will show the full thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not.
So when you go to your name by the
He's creepy as hell.
whatchamacallit, the class and all that, where
Yep.
there's a hold on, let me open it up here.
Shows
So
Ancient Dragons Warlock.
yeah, see
4,
it says,
and then,
yeah, but then it says Way of the Ascendant D blah 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 blah, and you can't see it because
Yep.
it's not there. So you can't see it because it's truncated. So they can't fit
Okay.
that entire thing on the entire line and that font point and so on and so forth. And so it's there. It's just you can't see it. Now, if you click on the gear that's right next to where it says spells, just below that,
Yep.
there you go. See now this sheet. Don't ever mess with this sheet unless I tell you to, John. Anyway, so don't ever mess with this sheet until I tell you to. But what you can see here is there's a whole bunch of different stuff. But if you look over at the middle, kind of on the left, you see second class monk and level 3.
yes.
And so
Okay.
that will reveal. But I would strongly suggest don't even look at that sheet.
All right.
Yeah,
How
you
do
really
I
got to know what
adjust
you're
my
doing.
armor class now? Because
Now,
with
well,
the
here's this right here. We're gonna track hit dice per class on that sheet. We're gonna turn your piety on because why not? We're gonna turn short and long rest on. We're gonna show exhaustion tracking is gonna go on, and consolidated proficiencies. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's okay. Never mind. No, we're not gonna do that. But anyway, she should be good on this sheet though. So then you would just go back to your core sheet.
All right. Now, armor class should be adjusted to 18 right now because of unarmored defense.
So let's figure that out. So your unarmored defense is your Constitution modifier plus your Dexterity modifier, correct? 4 plus 3 is 7.
Plus wisdom.
Plus. Oh, okay. So hold on. Then that's not it. Then. Where
That
is
can't be right.
unarmored defense? Yeah, it's not. It's your wisdom and your dex, right? Unarmored movement. Unarmored defense. There it is. So we can just pop that up in the chat log for people too. Beginning at first level, your AC is equals to 10 plus your dex plus your wisdom. So it'd be dex and wisdom. So your wisdom is plus 4 and your dex is plus 4. And somehow you got 3 18s now. I don't think that is even possible, but let me check here. So you had a
Nope,
17, so that's a
'cause
plus 1. And then you had
Yep.
3 16s at plus 2. So yeah, that wouldn't be possible.
No, because
Did you take a feat?
No, I had a plus my level 4 ability
Yeah.
score modifier. I took a plus
you took
2
took-
instead of.
Gotcha. Okay, so you took ability score modifier. Okay, so you didn't take a feat that reason. You took a. Okay, so that's definitely possible. So okay, cool. Just double checking on that because I was thinking I can see how you would have 2, but not 3 without an ASI. Okay, all right. So everything else looks like it checks out then. Yes, no.
Yes, I
so
just have to get.
What
that
you're
up
going to have to
20.
get used to also with the monk is a lot of the monk abilities don't translate onto the sheet well for some reason.
Okay.
So you're just going to adjust your armor class to 18. So you can just out here I'll do it for you. Just boom and boom, and then there it is. Manually,
All right.
manually. Whenever there's a manual thing, you're going to do that. Also, we've changed monk unarmed strikes, even as rolling as even at rolling as a 2020 or 2014 character, the damage is going to be, instead of 1d4, it's going to be 1d6, and I think by level 7 it's 1d8, isn't it?
I'd have to double check because I don't know if it's
let me double check real
level
quick.
7 monk or level 7 total.
Oh, right, because you're not levels. Okay, so yeah, so you're level 3 monk, so it'd still be 1d6. So,
Right.
So what we did is we bumped that up to the 2024 dice.
All right.
So
and you were saying something earlier about origin feat.
yeah. So that was the thing. What I was saying for you and Brandon, once you guys are at level and you're at level, Brandon, you're almost at level. You're all set.
I'm all set.
Okay, so So Michael, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you go up here on the right-hand side of the chat log, and where there's the compendium. Brandon, go to the compendium. In the compendium, you should be able to type in origin. Maybe does that work? Origin.
It would still.
You should be able to type in origin feet anyway. Origin feats. Yep, there you go. So there's a list of origin feats there if you type in origin feat.
No, is that okay?
Did
Yeah,
you
I
find the
see.
compendium, Michael? The 3 books that are stacked kind of
Yeah.
side by side? And
Yep, apparently I'm having a bad spelling moment.
so just type in, you can, I guess you can't see on the screen. Anyways, your origin feats are going to be as follows. Hold on one second. I don't know why it's, okay, here, let me do this. Feat descriptions, here we go. Let's do this.
Feat descriptions.
Yeah, so your origin feats are going to be alert, crafter, healer, lucky, magic initiate, musician, savage attacker, skilled, tavern brawler, or tough. Those are the origin feats as it stands. Here's if you're having trouble with spelling or dyslexia, there's origin feat typed in there, so you can copy and paste it if you want.
All right.
And then you should be able to, yeah, you can click on any of those origin feats to see what they do. Now you can't just drag them as is. We'll get to that when you guys decide kind of what you want. So Brandon, you're just going to, if you're deciding on what you want, you're going to just type the name of that feat into the compendium. So like
Right.
say alert. I don't know that you can drag alert 2024 to a 2014 sheet, but you can try. All you need to know, all you need to know for the difference, yeah, they are different. So alert as 2014 means you can't be surprised. You gain a +5 bonus to initiative, and other creatures don't gain advantage on attack rolls against you as a result of being unseen by you. Which is an important thing, right? And the 2024 version is also very cool, where it is you have initiative on your proficiency. You have proficiency where you roll, where you can add your proficiency bonus to the initiative roll. But then you also have initiative swap, where immediately after you roll initiative, you can swap your initiative with the initiative of one willing ally in the same combat. You can only make the swap if your ally, if you or your ally doesn't have the incapacitated condition. Like obviously, if you or your ally were incapacitated, then
I think I'll go with that. I mean, the other feats seem are fine.
So I don't know if you can drag that to your
kind of
page or not, but you might have to you might have to copy and paste the wording if you want that.
I'll find out.
I doubt you can drag it, but so did you find the origin feats there, Michael?
I'm looking at the feat descriptions now.
Okay, so close that here. We'll try alert.
I wonder, is Tavern Brawler any different?
Shoot, I'm gonna have to close this out and reopen my character sheet through the app because I had it open in a separate window.
I think Tavern Brawler is slightly different. I think it gives you an extra buff. I think it gives you, well, whenever you roll a damage die for your unarmed strike, you can re-roll the die. If it rolls a 1, and you mustn't use the new roll. Now, I would say that Tavern Brawler isn't the best thing for a monk to have, since they already have the enhanced unarmed strike, which is better than the enhanced unarmed strike. But the being able to re-roll a 1 every time, again though, I would also say that's on you to remember it. So, and I know there's tons of people that will have Like, I have great weapon fighting, but I rolled a 1 in my damage, and I forgot to re-roll that 1.
Yeah, I always forget. I always forget that shit.
Yeah, so it looks like I'm gonna. It says, it says, "Hello from the future. It looks like you've tried to drop content from the 2024 version of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this sheet does not support that content."
Yeah, so all you want to do is just type in a, like, add a a feature.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and go alert
Okay.
source.
Okay, custom AC is not being used. To use custom AC, unequip armor. That's why. Okay, so let me put you back to 15 on your armor class, Michael, and then at the bottom you have armor on, which will cause a problem. And then when I get rid of the armor,
Please.
it takes you to 10. Let me see. Hold on. Huh? Yeah. And we're gonna do something different. We're gonna give you a global AC modifier of unarmored defense.
Okay.
Unarmored defense, right?
Yep.
And that value will be 8 because +4.
Yep.
And then we're just gonna check this box, and then boom, now your armor class is 18 based on that.
All right.
That'll make it a little bit easier. That way, also, if something happens where your dex or your wisdom go up for any reason, which they could, then you can just modify that unarmored defense, ability, and it'll fix it there.
Do you want to? You said that you have to drag the origin feed in for me.
Yeah. Well, what you're going to tell me which one you want.
Skilled.
Okay. So I believe skilled is the same. So we're going to go look at skilled real quick, 2024 version. Because like I said, we are playing a kind of a hybrid.
Yep.
Okay, so you gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. So that is the same. It is now repeatable. You can take skilled more than once. But what we're gonna do is just so you can do it yourself under the compendium where you typed in origin feats. You're just gonna type in skilled. And do you see where it says Player's Handbook 2024? You're not going to use that one. You're going to use the one beneath it that says Skilled Player's Handbook. And then you should be able to just grab that whole thing, that whole little panel, and drag it over to your sheet.
I'm not
not sure if it made it over there or not.
It did. It's at the very bottom.
Okay.
And I am
So
going to click the gear there, and where the source type, the Dwarf Fighter 4th level, I'm going to get rid of that because it doesn't have anything. But I'm going to put in origin, just so in big letters, just so we know that's the origin you took.
All right.
All right, and then you will pick those 3 proficiencies. Any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. So what you can do though is you'll just type those proficiencies as you see them, like
where it says name.
Well, over where you typed skilled.
Yep.
And you'll drag and drop them the same way.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now, also, you could just pick 3 check mark boxes and check them, but then they won't show in your proficiencies. But
all right.
But if you just drag and drop them to your sheet, it should check those boxes for you. What was that question, Brandon?
It was a dumb, smart-ass question, so don't worry about it. But
aren't they all? They're all that.
Not all of them.
They should be.
I was just gonna ask how you drag and drop something. Like
drag and drop.
Call in aerial assistance.
You have a dragon. You have a drag. So you have to conscript the dragon ahead of time because Dragons don't like to drag and drop unless they're already, pre-planned to do so.
You gotta pay them up front too.
Yes,
right?
they like their
unless
gold
they
up
have-
front.
Or unless they have the runs, and then
So,
And
is-
then there's a
how-
different
is there
type of
way-
drag and drop, and you don't want it.
there-
yeah,
Jesus.
then they're drag and dropping all day.
This dragon
There-
droppings is, it's nasty business.
Is there a way, since I chose alert, I can't see a way on the settings page to add my proficiency bonus to my initiative. I just see a way to like modify my initiative.
Here, let me look, because I believe that what you would probably do is add a global initiative modifier, but I don't know if there is such a thing. So, okay. So no, you remember how I told you don't ever go to that sheet that John likes to go to?
Oh, I've been to that sheet plenty of times.
Yeah,
That doesn't-
yeah. Okay, so don't ever go to that sheet that Brandon likes to go to, and go to that sheet, and where it says initiative modifier, you're going to alter it by that much.
Okay, so I'm just gonna have to change it whenever my proficiency bonus goes up.
Probably.
Okay. That's not a huge deal.
Unless I don't see a global initiative modifier. Oh, okay. Whenever I'm looking at your guys' character sheets and I'm on that little page that you're not supposed to be on, I always feel like I'm caught with my hand in your pants. So I don't know why. It's weird. It's a weird
You're
thing.
gonna
Or
That is awkward.
or maybe that's just a sick, perverted dream of mine. So yeah. So
Very much so. Well,
So now that you've been here this long watching us do character creation, hail and well met, adventurers. Welcome to the realm of imagination and dice rolls. Action Surge, where epic tales unfold, dragons breathe fire, and heroes rise against the darkness. Join us as we embark
Alright,
upon a
so
journey
why
through the
isn't-
fantastical world of... Hey, I'm monologuing here, Michael. Jeez.
My apologies.
Michael, okay, you can do the monologue next time. All right, no. Anyway, join us as we embark upon a journey through the fantastical world of Dungeons and Dragons. Led by me, Brian Germain, the okayest DM ever, and accompanied by a band of misfit players. Each session promises excitement, laughter, mischief-making, and maybe even a touch of danger. So grab your dice, sharpen your wits, and prepare to immerse yourself in a story where anything is possible. We'll tell tales of valor, weave stories that will echo through the ages, and talk a lot of rubbish, because the action starts shortly after Michael's question. What was the question, Michael?
I'm trying to drag the 3 skill proficiencies in, and it's not doing anything.
So make sure you're using not 2024.
Yep, I'm using the player's handbook one.
Okay, and then you're dragging this. You're dragging the proficiencies. You're dragging the proficiencies by themselves, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which proficiencies did you pick?
Starting off with sleight of hand.
Okay, slights. Let's try that. See what I get here. Sleight of hand, player's handbook, and drag and drop, and let's see. Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's just not going to bring them in there, I guess, like that. So what you're going to do is just go up to your skill list there on the left.
Yep.
And for sleight of hand, you're just going to check the box. And then for the other two, you're just going to check the box.
All right.
I thought it gave it to you down where you had your, your armor proficiencies and weapon proficiencies and that kind of stuff too. Your language proficiencies
Yep.
and that too.
All right. And if I... Okay, so does that allow me to specialize if I already have proficiency in it? Or is that...
If you already have proficiency in it, it doesn't specifically say you can take expertise in it, I don't believe. But I will allow it.
All right.
So I don't think, I think by Raw, no, but by Brian, yes.
All
Now,
right,
now the way you
so-
do expertise though is a little bit different. So, that's gonna take us to that naughty page. You're gonna go, you're gonna go up to the gear on the top right by the where it says skills, or not skills, spells. Sorry, like top right where it says spells there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now you're on the stay away from it page. But down in the bottom middle, you'll see all of them, all the things say normal, right?
Yep.
So if you took it in sleight of hand, you would click on where it says normal for sleight of hand, and you would get a drop down that says expertise under it.
Okay.
Get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
All
that's
right,
where
so-
you'll find that. And then get back to that course sheet as soon as possible, sir.
How,
I don't want
how
you.
am I in?
Only my hands are allowed to be down your pants. You can't put your own hands down your pants.
Okay.
That is so out of
I like
context
hands
right
on
now.
my pants.
That is so out of context right now. Anybody tuning in, what the fuck is he talking about?
I'm eating, so I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Hey,
How am I encumbered with 65 pounds?
it's a heavy 65 pound. I don't know.
What's your strength?
It's water weight. My strength is 11.
Okay, so go back to the naughty page. Ignore non-equipped items weight. Do you see it?
What column's that?
It's this one right here.
Oh, okay. I see. Yep. All right.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh,
That
also,
didn't change anything.
it should have. What do you mean? Let me go back to your sheet. Okay. What is your strength? Your strength is 11. Because I know why. Because you have something on the naughty page checked that shouldn't be checked because you were naughty. Hold on one second. Okay. Do you see where it says encumbrance variant?
Yeah, I didn't do that. I
Yeah,
thought
okay.
you did that.
Okay, well, maybe I did. I'm not telling you any, I'm not telling you what I do with my hands on your pants. Anyway, so go ahead and, all right, click on variant right there.
Uh-huh.
This makes it better because he's my brother. I like people. Okay, anyway, click on variant.
And click it off.
Yeah, if you click, click to simple.
Oh, it's simple.
Yeah, simple. You can also go through for simple if you do start to get overweighted. There's certain things that I will allow, like your bedroll, your mess kit, your tinder box, your torches, your rations, your water skin. Those are all items that are on you. Well, your water skin's probably gonna still count, but like your tinder box, your mess kit, and your bedroll are all hooked to your backpack. So you could actually uncheck all three of those. And the reason being is like anybody who's been in the military or done a lot of hiking knows that if you have a backpack, everything is a lot lighter with a backpack than it is
Oh yeah.
Yes, very much so.
than it is trying to carry that crap around strapped to you somehow.
All right. Next quick question. At 7th level, do we have any magic items?
Hell yeah.
Yes,
we-
as a matter of fact, you probably do. So let me get to that real quick. Let me also Michael, while you're looking at your character sheet, up there right next to strength under the word public, you'll see the word inspiration.
Yes.
And you'll see a blank box next to it. Click on that box.
Yes.
That little serpentine dragon thing there, that when you click on that box, is a reminder
Yep.
that at the start of every session you start out with an inspiration.
All right.
Alright, I got an inspiration.
Alright, and magic items. So what we're gonna do here is saw the top of your head off. Wait, no,
And roll
We're
right
around
in
in there
here.
with a stick.
see if we can't find that damn bird clock.
That bird
Hey.
clock.
Yeah. good to know we all watch the same video.
What video?
Video. That's a
That's from
CD. That's Jeff
from Jeff
Foxworthy.
Yeah, it's also a video.
Games Rednecks play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also a video on the Redneck Blue Collar Tour or whatever he does that.
I will be right back.
All right, I'm trying to go to items. That'll work. If it gives me something to tie into here. Okay, so also you guys do notice that you are in the World Serpent Inn.
Yes.
That is where you guys return to after the elemental plane of water. I'm going to kind of fold you guys in there for Anatoly and Shivam. I'm gonna get you guys in there. So give me a second. Un momento, por favor.
Darn these kids.
Do who?
you kids? Yeah, Friday.
The hell you just say?
He's on something.
Well, I knew that, but I mean, the hell you just say?
Luther, are you messing around with your token?
Hey, we don't talk about that here on Action Surge. Only we talk about when I'm messing around with other people's token.
Well, he's going back and forth and I'm like a damn cat.
I'm trying to annoy the dungeon master.
Okay, I am back.
Got my attention.
Welcome back to Action Surge, your place for mediocrity and sexual assault. Anyway,
Ooh.
no, I mean, no,
We
I
just got
didn't. It's a
demonetized.
lie. We're canceled. Shit. God damn it.
Damn.
Knew it was bound to happen sooner or
We
later.
just turned into Las Vegas.
Oh my god.
Las Vegas.
All right, are you still working
obscurity. No, yeah, so what I need you guys to do is I need you each to do something with the rolling equipment thing here. I'm gonna try
All right.
I'm gonna try the 24 too, because I think that might have a better
on?
oh, hang on. Okay. Starting at higher level. Okay, so you are 7th level.
Yes, sir.
Michael, we'll start with you first. Brandon, you're a little more familiar with, running games with me since you've been in them a little bit longer.
Little bit.
So you should be able to jump right in here at some point. What in the world
I
is
should
going on
be.
with this?
Will I be able to is the real question.
Dum. Oh, we
Yes,
could do.
You're right. I'm pretty dumb. That's true.
We could do it. Okay, so if you guys ever been to I think it's Kassoon. Yeah, Kassoon.
What's Kassoon?
Yeah. Oh.
Kitsune, as
It's
in like
something-
the fox folk.
It's something that if you lived and breathed Dungeons and Dragons, you'd want to go to there. And even if you really love Dungeons and Dragons but don't live and breathe it, you might want to go there anyways. Well, oh wait, okay, there. I was gonna say what? It was weird.
Oh, Kassoon. Okay.
Kassoon,
I
yeah,
thought you
Kassoon.
might be a furry.
Kassoon. Hey, don't kink shame me. Especially when my hands on your brains. So. The
Here
fuck?
comes that assault again.
I don't know why you keep
magical
doing that.
Magical junk.
It's
5th edition.
They're
Magical
practically the
wands.
same, you know.
Thank you for following Otaku Pala. Okay, so we're otaku, not otaku. That's a different thing. Otaku's a fan of tacos. Otaku is a fan of anime, or
I'm
manga.
a otaku.
And the taco is just a big orange.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
and otaku. Yeah, that's a you're a fan of big orange tacos. Now, my mind went someplace dirty again. I can't help it. Okay, so
Get your mind out of the gutter.
there's a thing in Kassoon where you can like generate an NPC Oh, there's all kinds of things like that. But there's the one where you can generate an NPC, and it gives you an idea of like what they did across those levels. So let's see if I can find that thing. Improved NPC generator. So this here it is right here. So, oh, this is the exotic NPC generator. Oh, that's the premium one. Oh, I don't have the premium. I'm sorry, Kasoon. I will get premium at some point, I'm sure. Okay, so we just want NPC generator, or is it doesn't exist anymore? Oh, there it is. NPCs. Okay. So if you click on NPC, so we got any gender. Shivam is a male. Yes.
Yes.
And then the race, the closest we're gonna get is elf because class is gonna be warlock.
Monk.
Level 1 through 7. So alignment is going to be what? What is his alignment?
Chaotic.
Chaotic good. Okay. And then we just hit generate. It's generated as an NPC. Doesn't matter. We don't need it still. So whatever. But what it does do that's kind of neat is if you scroll down. Oh no, I guess it doesn't do that anymore. That is interesting. I lied. It doesn't do anything.
What it does, which is kind of neat, is nothing.
It does give you 17,000 silver.
Oh, it gives you stuff.
It does give you 17,000 silver, 1 holy water, 6 acid flasks, and 3 alchemist's fire.
Oh.
So
1,700 gold.
So yeah, so it'd be like 1,700 gold. But here, let's just try this real quick too, and then we're gonna go with roll me. So this will be something you can roll too, because I like rolling dice, even if they're virtual dice. And I have my real ones here in case I get fidgety. So roll me 1d10. Michael.
All right. Yep.
Is that both of us?
Get my...
You can too. You can too, Brandon. Go ahead. Roll 1d10.
Okay, dice.
Now, yeah, over at the left-hand side of the screen, there's a little thing that says dice, and you can roll off that. Or you can also type in /R and then space 1d10.
Okay. Yep. I just rolled. Oh, it rolled 2d10.
Well, then I will take the 9 just to be generous, because the 2 is kind of sad. But so 9.
Although fitting for a monk.
True. Maybe parted with his stuff after he decided to become a monk. He parted with a bunch of gold. Is that what you're saying? He spent it all on his monk training. Okay, so
Now, did you say to add gold to my
hold on 1 second. 9 times 25. What? So you would start with 725 gold. Okay.
Okay.
And then you're going to get 3 uncommon magic items and 1 rare item, like magic item.
All right.
But I will allow you to trade the 3 uncommon for another rare.
Okay.
So you can have 2 rares, but I would also allow you to trade any of the single common for the single uncommon for a common. So you have 3 so each of you, Brandon and Michael, you both start with 3 uncommon.
Yep.
And 1 rare magical item.
All right, so that's going to the compendium.
Now, what I would do though is since you're gonna have to talk over with me, what you guys decide to pick for magical items.
Yeah.
I can come up with something if you give me an idea of what you are wanting. And what I was saying about the 3 uncommon is 1 uncommon is the same or equal to 2 common. But
All right.
but it takes all 3 of those uncommon to equal a rare.
All right.
And am I spelling it messed up? But typos. Here, let me put that in there so you guys can see. Oh, there we go. Oh, and I still uncockmon. Uncockmon. That's not good. And uncommon, I was supposed to delete the other M. All right. So this is the session 0.5.
All right. 1, 2. That I need to go there.
Open the door.
Oh,
Get it on
I
up,
don't
no?
know why
You're
it
gonna walk
keeps
that
going
down,
away. Why you keep going away? There it is. 'Cause I didn't have that.
Bless you.
The bard started it up again. The bard stopped playing for a bit there. I don't know why.
Well, you know, they got to take a break between sets.
I guess.
And they're probably just staring at Luther break dancing on the floor for no damn reason.
They were on an ale break.
I went to an ale break I used to frequent. Oh, wait, no.
Beer, beer, beer,
Okay.
tiddly beer, beer, beer. A long time ago, way back in history, when
So-
all there was to drink was nothing but cups of tea.
We could
Oh,
have
okay,
2
no
rare
problem.
items if we forego the 3 uncommons.
Yes and no. 3 uncommons is worth 1 rare item, and you get
Right.
1 rare item. So at the end, yes, you could have 2 rare items, but foregoing 3 uncommon does not get you 2.
No, I meant because we get the 1
Right.
rare and 3 uncommon.
There's
we
a
could
possibility
instead
of you
get
ending
2
up
rare.
with, yeah. Or you
Okay.
could get rid of both rares, and you could have the idea of no rares and trade back for 3 uncommon, right?
True.
Which could be a better strategy depending on what you did with it. Depending on what you wanted to do, I should say. Welcome to dynamic lighting. That should have been done last night. I was busy doing the other dynamic lighting. So, oh, you know what? So, if you guys get a chance, if you guys are watching, anybody watching, like, share, and subscribe to this and our YouTube channels and stuff like that. And what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to go and let people know that we're actually live, because I forget to do that lots of times. And so, therefore, you know, people know, but they don't know. Alright, so let me go over to here and swipe this, because I'm fancy like that. Now, if you guys have ideas of items you want, go ahead and, you know, do that. But also, like I said, if you want me to find something for you, you might end up with something you like a little bit better in some ways. But that's just how I roll. It may not be the item you originally picked is the problem. Alright, so...
That reminds me, Luther's got to go replace his fishing nets.
So, do you want me to tell you beforehand?
Beforehand what?
Which ones I'm choosing?
Well, you kind of have to tell me beforehand, but yes.
Okay.
You don't have to. You don't have to. We can delete them off your sheet if I don't like them. That's good.
All right. Just send it to you in the chat.
Just tell me
or
tell me
just-
what you're thinking.
A cloak of protection
Okay.
as one of the uncommon.
Okay.
Um,
We didn't send that.
and where was running?
If you don't have them all, then just wait till you have them all and then tell me all of them at once.
Oh, wait, here we go
All right.
again.
Unless you want me to pick something, and then that's a different thing. Alright, there's Twitter, Instagram I gotta go do. And I'm sharing this stuff everywhere. Everywhere.
Hey, we're being an infection of fun.
Ugh.
Yay! Let's see.
One word.
I'll
It was
share it on
a
my
single
X.
word that Michael said that made me think of another magic. I already had my 2 items decided.
And then you
And then he
said,
had to
then he
say
said, then he said cloak of protection. You're like, I
He
wonder if
said
ring of
cloak.
protection and cloak of protection is the same rarity.
No, he said cloak.
No, actually, cloak of protection is not the same rarity.
Right, that's rare, right?
No, ring of protection is rare. Cloak of protection is uncommon.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, so you could have the two together, but that'd be your rare and your uncommon. But
Yeah, no, he said cloak, which made me think of Cloak of the Bat.
cloak of the bat.
Tacos, tacos.
Does it help you hit home runs?
I don't know why you wouldn't have a cloak of the bat, Brandon. I mean, it makes very much sense character-wise, I would think.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
you don't.
so,
You, I'm not
we-
saying you have to have one. I'm just saying that if you would like to take one, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, it kind of does a similar thing to the other thing I was looking at, but it's a little bit more versatile. So I think so. I'll go
And you
with
can
that.
also transform into a bat. So there's that.
Yep. That kind of sold me. So yeah, Cloak of the Bat and Bloodwell Vial +2.
As long as you never grab onto Luther's face, you will be good to go.
Bloodwell vial. Explain again.
It's
For sorcerer points, right? And stuff.
no,
And adds to your DC spell save DCs and stuff.
it adds to your spell attack modifier, and I think your DC as well.
Right. Okay. And the +2 is a
Rare.
rare item,
Yep.
and a cloak of the bat is a uncommon item.
Is rare. They're both rare.
Okay, so you're getting rid of the three
uncommons,
commons
yeah.
for the rare. Okay. All right, that's what I thought. All right, that's fine. All right. Good to go.
All right, so I have one uncommon.
I'm gonna have to close this out again.
Let me give you an explanation. I know that some of you have been here, so you guys don't need this explanation, but oh, hang on. Tails. Oh, I need to be on the wrong different thing here. Tails. There it is. Oh, what the heck? Not Tales of He. It's a different book.
Does it have a sequel called Tales of Hee Hee?
He. Tales of He.
The Michael Jackson story. Tales of Hee Hee, come on now.
So dumb. Why? You caught me off guard with that.
Tales of He. Maya He. Maya Ha. All right. Welcome to the World Serpent Inn, where drinks are drinky and food is foodie. All right. Okay, so for Shivam and Brandon, Anatoly, for Shivam and Anatoly, you guys actually met on your way to a place called Arabelle, and you guys were on the road after having done something with this dragon and this girl, and you're telling you guys each other this story that happened with this dragon and the girl, and the way and you're like, wait a minute, that happened with me too. Like this was just like last week, and then and you realize that you guys have been conned. There's some kind of something is not what it seemed about that whole scenario. That the both of you went through very very similar scenarios, and went and rescued this girl, and it's like, yeah, either this girl is very trouble prone and that kind of thing, or there's something else going on, like there's some kind of con job going on here that you don't know about.
Go ahead.
Anyways, you're on your way to Arabelle, and you get to Arabelle, and it's just past sunset, and you guys can see the vague outline of the moon deepening in the sky as you walk the streets of Arabelle. Brandon, why don't you tell us about your character Anatoly?
Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I was trying to add those things to my character sheet while you were
Okay.
monologuing.
All right. Well, then I'll finish monologuing. You can be ready in a moment, right? And you too, Michael. You'll be ready in a moment.
Yes.
Okay. So, around you, the merchants are closing up booths and shops for the day. Everybody like is kind of closing down. The streets are kind of rolling up, so to speak, and everybody is kind of counting their profits or going home for the day. Meat pie vendors are anxiously trying to sell one last piece before the day's end. They call out to you, hawkers and stuff, as you pass by. The daytime folks are going home to supper and bed, and the night people are just now starting to hit the streets. They come out, in clusters here and there. A group of not really ladies are clustered on a street corner. They will whistle and call out to you as you pass by. Workers in drag, perhaps, or perhaps trans people. They're clustered on the street, and as you wander through the back streets, you reach a small tavern near the eastern wall of the city. Hardly the most fashionable part of town, but outside you see it is grimy with age. A sign proclaims it to be the Wild Goose. It hangs kind of crooked above the door, flapping in the breeze. And it says, you get up there, and much to your chagrin, it says closed. Are you are either of you ready to describe your character at this point?
Oh, I can go ahead. Yes.
All right, go ahead, and Shivam, and tell us about Shivam.
Shivam is a male fairy, roughly about a foot to about a foot and a half tall. He has on his back what appears to be two knitting needles. He has dichromic metallic skin a little bit, kind of almost draconic scales. The inkling of them, not very very prominent, but you can just see that his skin has the appearance of some draconic scales on it. And that's probably about about it for right now. His name is Shivam.
And
It-
he has
it's-
wings, correct?
Yes.
And the wings are not unlike dragonfly wings, but they're shimmery in color.
Yes.
Okay, so like I
What's the
think that
word for that?
opulescent.
That's the word.
Yes.
Is that
I was
the
going to say pearlescent.
pearlescent, opulescent, opalescent,
Yes,
opalescent,
but- Opalescent.
Opalescent.
that's it.
Opalescent.
not
Very
opulescent.
nice.
Opulescent
Opulescent
is
means they're, like really rich looking.
or yeah, it has some station there. Yeah, okay. They're opulescent and opalescent. Okay, so okay, you were the first to the door, Shivam, flitting about as you do. You look somewhat with the dragonfly wings like a sprite. You could be one of many different races or offshoots or species of different fae that inhabit the Feywild. That there's literally like probably as many different types of fae as there are animals on Faerun. And you make it to the door first, and you notice that the establishment appears to be closed, but there is a rather small, deranged-looking, possibly a homeless, some kind of vagabond, and he is looking up at you, and he says, "Oh, you want to get in the inn, do ya?"
I would like that, yes.
He says, "Well, you got us a knock on the door there."
Okay, I knock on the door.
He says, "But wait, the inn's closed, so you gotta say this. You gotta say, by the name of...
By the name of the,
He's like, "But yeah, it's gotta be just what I said. It's gotta be a real name." He says, "By the name of, so and so, whatever name you want putting that. Say the appropriate
by
name.
the name of...
You're a fairy, right? I would use the name Oberon. I hear that holds some weight.
Okay, by the name of Oberon.
I will enter."
Why, thank you.
No. You say by the name of Oberon, I will enter.
Oh, by the name of Oberon, I will enter.
He said, "There you go." And you think you see some lights flicker from within.
Okay. And there are some lights flickering.
Inside the windows. And Brandon, why don't you tell me about Anatoly now?
So as Anatoly rocks up and climbs off his horse, he ties him up. Anatoly is how tall? Okay, sorry, I'm just checking to see. Okay, yeah, he's a average.
You're taller
man
than
of average
Shivam
height.
by far.
Yes, much taller than my dragonfly winged friend. Anatoly is he's got a dark look to him, although his skin is very pallid. He is not muscular by any means. Looks very lean. His features are drawn. He has longer black hair that is braided into like thick braids at the back. He wears very fine clothes and that show some sort of like high station, like not necessarily noble birth, but a higher station birth. And however, they reflect some amount of travel, not overly so, but that he's been on the road for at least a few weeks.
Okay.
Yes, he has like steely gray eyes, although they are red rimmed, and He's an average, like average build, height and weight. But it definitely looks out of place in this area.
Okay. Okay, when you guys, why don't you guys both give me a perception check?
It's okay. Oh, nice.
That's nice. Okay, so you both notice, Shavam, you notice because as you see the flicker of lights inside, you see a filigree appear on the window. And Anatoly, you recognize because after Shavam speaks what he says, you see the sign change. It is no longer crooked and flapping in the wind. It now has changed. It is a rather ornate sign, and it says, perfectly hung, and it says, "World Serpent Inn." And Shavam, you see that filigree word titled on the window that says "World Serpent Inn."
Okay.
As you go in, you go down a dark, smoky passageway into a main room. Strangely lit, you can see a bar situated in the middle, but the distant walls seem unclear. It's very smoky, as though a thick fog has settled in. The decor is definitely unusual. It's easily the oddest inn you've ever seen. Maybe the oddest place you've ever seen. For one thing, it seems much larger on the inside than it did on the outside. For another, it must have countless meeting rooms and private areas. What else could account for all those doors? Every couple of feet, there's another door. When you start to count in your head, like, how many doors there are, you kind of lose track before you get, like, halfway through. In fact, some of the doorways seem to be maybe shifting about and vanishing and reappearing. It kind of settles for Shavam. It kind of makes him feel at home, almost. You find it kind of feels like this might be some place he might encounter in the Feywild.
Okay.
This is a place to see and a place to be seen. It's packed with folks talking and laughing and seated at tables and booths scattered throughout the room. Those that couldn't get seats have made room on the floor. You have to very carefully watch your step for Anatoly. Otherwise, you're just about tripping over people sometimes. There's 3 men dicing near a corner. On the far wall, you see a green woman talking to a pig. A coat with 6 armholes is slung over her chair. You can hear snatches of conversation, but much of it's in unfamiliar languages. Most of which you don't seem to understand. Some of it still seems gibberish completely. Usually, if you do understand it, they seem to be talking about topics or things or places that you've never heard of before. The inn itself is an unbelievable place. Not only are its inhabitants from other planes, or seem to be, but some are actually look like they could be like greater celestials or beings of importance from other planes, like archons perhaps, or something along those lines. The bar is situated in the middle of the room with a light shining directly from above it. Notice that the barkeeper is a rather fat man with a long white beard, red cheeks, and a big booming laugh. You have an impulse to laugh when you see him, in spite of yourself. He beams at you and says, "Ah, it's good to see you, Anatoly. First time here, I say? Well, don't be shy. What'll you have? Venetian mountain brew? Sigma fly trapper? Sterosium? Elysium elixir? I make the best in the universe. Fresh otters.
Those,
Mitchifer
Oh.
is the name. Gentle beings.
Mitchifer? Is
Mitchifer,
it?
yeah.
Those don't really appeal to my taste.
And he says, "How about you, Shabam? Name your poison. Whatever you order, I got it."
An ale, please.
All right. He sets down a small ale about your size, and behind him you can see strange, various liquids. Bottles filled with strange, fizzing, smoking, flashing lights. Liquids. Surrounding him are helpers wearing white aprons and carrying trays filled with strange and exotic drinks. You don't recognize the contents of any one glass. The helpers are all kind of short, not one over 3'6", and they all have pointed ears and red shoes. They chatter to each other in shrill voices as they race around serving different tables, sometimes running through the aisle, sometimes ducking under tables or over or running on top of the bar, but never spilling a drop. Sitting at the bar is a man drinking what appears to be a pink cloud of smoke. Further down is a purple fizz that reeks. You can see that the clothing of one of your nearby neighbors looks like it's made not of cotton or wool like an honest man's clothing, but something light and strangely colored. Perhaps a shining fey cloth, perhaps. He's wearing an orangish-yellow jewel of a totally unfamiliar material. In fact, looking around the room, you see few, if anybody, dressed as you are. However, you do see a group of what look to be people from this realm sitting along the south wall. Gavor, describe yourself.
You see about what would seem like about a 70-year-old Durger, but it's odd. Durger usually are Underdark, but he's not out there. So, but there's also a pseudo dragon curled up on his shoulder. He has his cloak down because he's relaxing, but you see a little shiny silver skull cap. It's just pretty, valuable. That's it. Nothing special. It's just a little skull cap. With
Zach, we're waking you up next.
Yeah.
Is that it, Gavor?
A little bit like he says, and he always that's about it.
What does facial hair look like?
Oh, a typical dwarf, but he's a gray dwarf, so it's a little odd, but you after everything you've seen, nothing else.
Also sort of like the token is probably like a fire red color kind of beard. Yeah. All right, Luther. You guys kind of also see away from the rest of everybody, but kind of still close to that party. You see a rather large orc fellow breakdancing, which you've never seen before. So it looks as though he may be having a seizure. You're not sure.
And I'm cheering them on.
Describe yourself, Luther.
Luther is a sea pirate orc. Basically, he was rescued as his story is that of kind of like Courage the Cowardly Dog, except he's Nord. Was abandoned in a barrel at sea as a child. A sea ship full of kobolds picked him up out of the water. Go, this ain't loot, and they raised him. So the crew dropped him off under the guise of breaking a mask during one of his nightly shows he puts on of wrestling giant crayfish for the crew's entertainment, and they left him. So while Luther was out trying to make money, they left him. He doesn't know where they're at. He ended up joining Gavor and them on adventures. He's a Storm Surge barbarian. He's more wonder than angry. But he does get angry.
I will say, yeah, you see him, like anybody who's kind of watch him at all, probably sees him smiling a bit more than you've ever seen any orc smile.
He's having fun.
And for those of you that have an intelligence over 16, you probably see him and think of him as smiling stupidly.
Recently, a greater mind scooped out Luther's brain and had to put it back. So
Whoa.
he has a fear of things grabbing onto his face for good reason.
Yeah, it's an intellect devour teleported into his head. And,
Yeah, he's been a little scrambled.
yeah. All right,
Before that, a spider rat latched onto his face.
that's true too. Yeah. Oh,
I
and
realized
and, an imp got in your face, and then you killed somebody by throwing it at theirs.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Time to face your demons.
Yeah, Tharja, why don't you tell us a little bit about her?
I come from the same town of Gavor. I was saved by Gavor. I'm a mage user. I'm a sorceress.
Remember the special elf part? You're a blood elf?
I'm a blood elf.
So what is how did this saving thing go down, Gav? Or was she about to be sold on the market down near in the Underdark somewhere, and then that's how you saved her?
She was one of the slaves. She was one of the slaves. I was one of the enforcers during the slave trade. Somehow she convinced me not to be a drone or whatever. I kind of like.
She convinced you to
Basically,
think for
I
yourself,
kinda-
is what you're saying.
Basically, I let her go, let a bunch of go, and I went for myself.
All right, so you
And I don't
escaped
think
out
I
of
have
that.
any family left. Yeah,
And I pretty much stalk you.
yeah, you stalked me
From
for a
the
long
left.
time till you caught up.
All right, Garnet, what about you?
Garnet has dark skin with veins of diamonds, and he's got reddish rusty brown, like reddish rusty hair, red eyes, mid-20s, about 5'5", 200 pounds.
Oh, see, I would have thought your eyes were like diamond eyes.
They're more like rubies.
So, if either Shavam or Anatoly are familiar with Genasi, you would possibly recognize him as a Earth variety.
Oh, okay.
And he travels with a Steel Defender bear companion.
Ah.
Yeah, why don't we have the right token for that?
I don't know.
What happened there? Oh, it's because it's the old. I just kept the same guys on the sheet from before.
Oh.
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Oh, he poofed.
Wait, where is Sebastian? There he is. Yeah,
I
here
know.
we go. There's the new token. Much better.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah. He travels with Sebastian, his metal bear companion.
So if all else fails, you guys see that this party is somebody that you might have some common ground with. Other than like some of the people in here, you might, but it's much harder to tell. Everybody seems so out of place. In fact, it is strange to you in a way because you see the Durgar, you realize that he's not in the Underdark, and you realize he is the least out of place looking person here. In fact, you almost feel like you guys are out of place by how out of place everybody else looks. like, like the more normal you look, the more. In Anatoly's case, if not for just being, or Luther in his case, just if not for being hulking, it's you guys almost feel out of place for just that alone. Just the idea of, everybody is so different here that you guys feel like you're almost not different enough. Maybe it's kind of it's kind of a strange feeling, like a reverse thing. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Is this what it feels like to feel self-conscious?
Yeah.
It's a strange feeling.
Brian, I sent the 4 items in the
Okay.
chat.
In here. Okay, Rod of the Pack Keeper,
Yeah, right.
Cloak of Protection, Eyes of the Eagle, and Wand of Fireballs. Okay, good deal.
Onto fireballs. That's awesome.
Keep it away from Tharja.
Yeah,
And-
she's.
and-
I
and-
forgot. She's also a pyromaniac.
I worked on a new infusion, also.
I once had a necklace of fireballs that I didn't realize was cursed. Specifically for when you put it on. That was the end of that character.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys, would you and Anatoly gravitate over toward the other party that looks a little bit more from your realm kind of thing? Shivam?
Sure.
Yeah.
What about Anatoly?
I think so. I think that our purpose in coming to this inn was to seek adventure, and probably not the smartest idea for just the two of us traveling by ourselves
Well,
to get into mischief.
I would say for Anatoly, it's also a chance to unwind and avoid the other thing that he might be doing at this time of night.
Yes,
Otherwise,
that's true. That's true.
Now, how long have Anatoly and I been traveling together for?
we will say that you guys met and shortly after the what would be the events of the audition, essentially, and so you guys would have met then, and you guys have
But
been
for the-
traveling together for 4 levels. So for about at least the past 4 months.
Okay.
Okay,
So
but
there
for
are
the
certain
sake of
things
this,
that. All right. So is there anything about Anatoly that I would have picked up on and known, or is still a secret that he keeps from?
That would be, I think, Brandon, were you about to fill me in on that?
well, what I was going to ask is, for the sake of this, the thing with the dragon, did we experience those separately?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right?
so-
Because
okay.
you weren't in the same audition as Michael, were you?
Yeah, we were.
No.
Oh, you were? You and Siobhan
Yeah.
were?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then I
That's
guess you
good.
didn't. I guess you didn't experience it separately. For some reason I thought you were not in the same one. I thought you were in the one with the other guys.
No.
No, because that was the one with the goblins. Last
Well, yeah, it's the
Saturday
same either
or
way.
Sunday.
It's the same either way, but that
With Rich
it's the
and-
same story either way. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
With
Okay.
Rich and Tina and Michael, yeah.
Okay. It was
Okay.
It was Michael then. Okay, then yes.
Like the baby boy.
But it was the same one. So you don't have that interaction with Michael. You instead have it with another group that's on the road. But yeah. So you
Okay.
and Michael have been you and Shivam have been traveling for this distance together, kind of thing.
So yeah, I think he would have seen me like in combat. I know that
He would have had to. Yeah.
yeah. So if
Either that or it was 4 years ago. You guys choose how well you know each other.
All right.
I think
Well, I'd say pretty well we can get together offline during the week if you have 5 minutes and
Right.
we can go
I,
over.
I was just saying like whether you wanted to know whether you would know each other for like whether you guys knew each other for 4 months or for 4 years.
All
it's
right.
probably 4 months. I think it gives us long enough to have like learned some things about each other, but to still be unfamiliar about about other things. So
Right.
Yep. And like with me, you would know that if we're someplace and you can't see me anymore, and there's a high
You're up.
ceiling. Yep.
you're up there knitting.
Look above in the shadows.
I was also going to iterate that if it had been 4 years, that I think I know why you guys aren't hanging around with any of the other party members, and I'm and I'm going to say Anatoly's the problem.
I was gonna say, is it because he's flighty and I'm batty?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. They met with unusual circumstances, something like that.
Oh no, that's terrible. I don't think I'm that bad.
Anatoly couldn't abide his hunger long enough for over 4 years. So.
I do need to. I was going to ask you about that.
How are we going to determine that?
Yeah, because
I'm gonna have
I'm
you.
carrying
I'm gonna have you.
rations and
I'm gonna have you make a roll, but you can eat as a normal human, I believe, right? Like
yeah, because
since you're
from the
only
Midgard
half,
one,
You just get
you're only
don't
half
forget-
vampire.
yeah.
You're half human also.
Won't they just have like the thirst, like Blade?
Yeah, something like that.
Daywalker.
He is a daywalker, yeah, essentially. That's what Blade is, pretty much.
Yep. So.
So, but for you, because one of your it's one of your like flaws or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So for you, what we'll do is probably, since this is not a since you have food and since you have access to food, what is it? Read me what the flaw says, or actually, better yet, put it up in the thing
Okay. I'm not sure how I would put it up in
the chat window.
I
It
guess
should
I
have a
can just
word
copy
balloon
and
by it.
paste.
Should have a word
It
balloon by
doesn't.
it.
It's just got the gear, so I'll just copy and paste.
Oh, because it's the flaw, right? Okay, yeah. So, you can also read it. Okay, my thirst for blood threatens to consume me every second, and with every drop spilled in battle. So, what I will do is I probably will have you make, like, essentially like a willpower check. That can be wisdom or constitution. And I'll probably have you make one of those whenever you go into battle where blood is spilled, and
Yeah.
and or once a day. I was gonna do once a week, but considering that it says it threatens to consume you every second,
Yeah.
I'm more willing to go. Well, okay, probably once a day. You probably want to feed. And then it'll be like a DC 10, like real easy, right? And the longer you go without feeding, the harder it will get. So it'll be DC 11, DC 12, and so on subsequent days. So eventually, it's not a matter of if you fail and need to feed, it's a matter of you will have to feed at some point.
Right.
Sound good?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I
And no, it doesn't have to be on your party members.
No, that's where the enemies will come into play because you gave me wonderful thoughts. Because since I'm a warlock, I take my enemies. I either pull them closer 10 feet or push them out 10 feet. I like to pull them to my melee fighters. Ask Luther.
He's a veritable
I
push.
like to bring them.
He's a veritable push me pull you.
Yeah, with a range of 600 feet.
I'm a mage. I fight far away.
All right,
We
so
have Buffalo.
I think I got the dynamic lighting done for the World Serpent in almost. I know I haven't put doors in, but that's fine. They change places anyway, right? So it's all good. Anyway, so so you guys kind of all get together. I'm gonna put you guys over here with at the south wall here. Some of you may be watching Luther dance and do whatever. Shivam, you can always occupy somebody else's space, being that you're tiny.
Excuse me.
Don't go into anybody's shirt.
What I will say
He's
is,
now just walking around on his hands.
as you guys are,
Don't step on a loser.
Don't
You
break
know-
dance through the table.
no, don't break through the table.
It's not that kind. It's not that kind of break dance.
As you guys are sitting there, you know, drinking and whatever, everybody roll me a d20.
Oh, dope.
I'm just trying to remember. Was Trim in my audition group?
Who?
Prim.
Prim?
No.
Prim, I believe so. I don't know. You'd have to go back and look at the auditions. I believe so, but
Okay, because then this. So I know how to approach Shavum a little bit better because Faye.
yeah, she was a pixie. Yep.
I've dealt with Faye before. So
All right.
I know how to be. Yeah.
I rolled a 1.
All right. So
Ow,
who rolled the highest number? Michael, right?
Michael
Is it-
got a 19.
Sorry, just a straight D20.
Oh, you didn't roll yet. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Garnet
Michael.
Garnet got a 1, and Michael got a 19.
And I got a 3.
Should I roll
Yeah,
for
that's
Sebastian?
15. And I got 15.
I want to say
Michael-
Sebastian. though.
Michael, how old is your Fae? Do you know? Do you have any idea how old your character is?
Trying to find some of the information as far as what the average fairy lifespan is.
I mean,
wasn't
as
able
a
to-
fairy lore wise, you could probably be anywhere from a couple days old and still be a fully grown elderly adult to a few thousand years old, especially with the way that time works in the Feywild.
Why don't we go roughly? We go a couple of thousand years old as adult. Why don't we go with 1,000? Sort of like a late teen, early 20s.
Let me see what it says. Yeah, let me also see what it says for fairy and. Is it fairy? Yeah. Is it Faerie?
Mm-hmm. And are you using the
For D&D.
Wild Beyond the Witchlight or?
Yeah, well, I think they introduced him in the other thing, Tasha's, but yeah, Wild Beyond the Witchlight and Morton Keenan's. Okay, so let's do this.
It's either FAE or FAI. It's spelled both ways.
Yeah, Faerie.
The race is what I'm looking for. It's FAI in the thing. I think I just looked at it.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for it to load.
FAR.
Yep, you're right. It's Fairy
Yep.
for the
Yeah,
character
I'm just
race.
waiting for it to load. It's just being slow.
Yep.
You know, I'm gonna do this. go to search. Okay, so we're gonna say about 1,000.
Okay.
In the 1,000 years, you know that the time in the Feywild flows kind of funky. It's a wibberly wobberly timey wimey way that the time flows in the Feywild.
Well,
It's
very appropriate
it-
that you're in a building
Yes.
that's bigger on the inside.
yeah, and you know, and so like I said, it does make him feel a little bit like home. You know, like it's a little bit strange, but it makes him feel a little bit like he's back in the Feywild. So typically around 100 years is what the average fairy lifespan is, but it could again it could be anything. So in Fey years you're 1,000. In human years
Yep.
you're about 100.
Okay.
So in that time you have probably, just because like you know in that time you've not progressed in levels in any specific thing. You just been spending your life drinking dew out of tulips and whatever it is that
Yes,
you do, just flitting about doing whatever and anything and everything that fairies do.
Dandelion wine, right?
Dancing a lot, flying a lot, drinking dandelion wine, sure, yeah, whatever. Suddenly a man comes over to your tables. Luther, make me a perception check for you.
Enchant. He's one of the new features that they just implemented. That's for. I don't have to have the character sheet up. I can right click, and it brings the character sheet up right then and there. Perception.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, if you right click on your token, you can click. There's a character sheet option now,
Really?
and you can also add your own turn to the turn order now. So if you
That's
forget to click on your
cool.
token, you can add your turn and type in your thing. So I don't have to do it if that works for you guys.
That
Okay,
makes it
22
easy.
perception. You notice this strangely clad what seems to be maybe a sage or a beggar. You're not sure which. Sand all over their robes, walking toward the table where your companions are sitting. And Shivam, you recognize this. You recognize this this guy's style of dress. You haven't seen it since Faroon was young, and the Mulharand came over here from another planet or another realm, another world, is the rumor. And the Mulharandi citizens came over, and he's dressed. For our terms, layman's terms, he's dressed as an Egyptian in Egyptian finery, but it's all very sandy and old and rotted. You know, like it's worn, really worn. And he approaches
I have,
you, and you recognize that thing, and he approaches you. He says, "Oh, the Herald, you are here. It is time. Oh, praise be to Anubis."
I want to do a religion check.
Sure.
As soon as I find the thing, there it goes.
Everybody can do a religion or a history check. Anatoly, you will do your history check at advantage. Shivam, you will do your history or religion check at advantage.
Okay.
How old is
You said-
Anatoly, by the way?
How do I do that at advantage?
You can either roll it twice, or you can click on advantage at the top of your sheet by the...
Ah, that's right. Okay.
You said history at advantage, right?
Yep, history at advantage. Yep.
Anatoly's still pretty young. He's 27.
Okay, so his awakening happened recently. His sireship, or whatever you want to call it, his awakening, for lack of a better term. His rebirth. Actually, no. It happened within 20 years, right? So that because you're as a Dhampir, you're born as a half human, half vampire, correct?
Yeah.
Just like kind of like Blade,
Oh,
or as D from Vampire Hunter D, if you guys are all into that.
what, Vampire D?
Vampire Hunter D, yeah.
He's nuts.
Vampire Hunter D's nuts. That's a different show.
Deep nuts.
Yeah, you're steering me down a bad path.
Path involving
Oh, you
vampire.
did
Yama
Yeah,
yama
well,
yama
I did
yama. Okay, so all right, so Shivam, you recognize who wanted to make the history check initially? Was Garnet?
Not me.
Oh, you?
No.
Okay, so you wanted to make a religion check, James. With a 9, the name does not sound familiar.
But it
When
seems kind of familiar.
when he says
Oh,
praise be to Anubis, that name does not sound familiar at all, but you assume that he's praising some sort of god or deity.
Okay.
So or
the reason
godlike
why is-
figure.
Okay.
Well, you rolled a 9 on your religion check.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
James
nuts.
James might know what it is, but Gavor not so much.
Yeah.
Probably because he's spent most of his life in the Underdark and is not as familiar with the surface religion.
Surface.
And
Yeah.
so those he would be familiar with would be like the ones he would cling right to, kind of thing. What I will say for Garnet and even Shivam, I would say that Shivam, you know that the Mulhorand people are from, some of them are from ancient Egypt, and you know that they worship different gods than a lot of the Farunian pantheon or the Toral pantheons of the Forgotten Realms, pantheons of Toral. And for Garnet, I would say that you also know that being an Earth Genasi, the Mulhorandi are desert sand people. Like they live in the desert.
Right.
And you would also know that Anubis is an ancient god that hasn't been heard of in quite some time. At least the last 100 years, and
Right.
is presumed dead and non-existent.
Okay.
Oddly enough, you do know that he is the god of the underworld or the lord of the dead, and you do know that it seems a little ironic to you that this guy is praising a dead god who's also the lord of the dead.
Oh my.
Kind of up my alley.
Right. When your gods are dead, then
Right.
it's not as great for you. But are you gonna say anything back to him, Shivam? He called you the Herald.
Yes.
You see what Luther said in the chat?
Luther sees the sand and offers the man a large tankard of water.
Is he thirsty?
Oh, you know what I noticed.
That's a Luther.
Does that
He must be thirsty.
He does take the drink, and he does seem like he's parched, and he drinks it all down as fast as he can,
All right.
buttering as he goes.
And the gentleman
make sure
appears
he
to
has
be
a
a
seat.
priest of Anubis. You said he's a priest of Anubis.
It's hard to say. He's wearing some kind of Egyptian style of finery. You think he could be a priest? He does. He looks to be more of a seer or something like that. Perhaps a storyteller, a sage, a bard, maybe, but an old like school type storyteller.
How do you know me?
He says, "For you have foretold You are the herald. Everyone knows you where I'm from. He says, you have come to reawaken Ankh-Hotep.
Okay, can I have a religion check to whether or not I recognize Amenhotep?
Yeah, you get it at advantage.
Did my history check get anything?
You got an 8. Oh, you had advantage. Oh, you had 21. Oh, okay. I take that back. Yeah. So yes. And I will also say that when he says the name Ankh-Hotep, you will be like, oh shit, like in your head, kind of like okay. So, Michael, you do not recognize the name Ankh-Hotep, and
Okay.
this is kind of what both you and Brandon for the religion aspect of the history check. You do know that you know even further that not only is Anubis dead, but he is also still alive, and he rules the underworld of the underworld now. He basically rules the plane of the dead gods.
He's
Where
in the
God,
sub-basement.
when gods die, yeah, they go to the sub basement. Jesus Christ!
This is something new.
So when gods die, they go to this plane of dead gods. That's solely, and Anubis is the one who makes sure they find their path there. So as Charon or Charon, depending on how you pronounce it yourself there, as he would river people across, or ferry people across the river Styx to the underworld, Anubis ferries people to the plane of the dead gods, but he doesn't ferry people; he ferries gods to the plane of the dead gods. So.
Okay.
So that means Bahamut.
So you
might
would
have
so you would know that as Anatoly would know that. The rest of you would not know that.
Yeah.
The rest of you would be way far off. Ankh-Hotep, though, you both know from the name. He was a pharaoh who ascended to the throne, and his reign swiftly descended into darkness as he ruled with an iron fist and an insatiable lust for power. His brothers' untimely deaths were whispered to be more than mere accidents, but none dared to speak such accusations aloud. His cruelty
That's my
became
kind of
legendary, and his fear was the primary tool of his rule. Ankh-Hotep, now fully embracing the evil within himself, abandoned the virtues of his predecessors and turned to the dark gods of the underworld, particularly Anubis, the god of death, and demanded unyielding loyalty from his subjects, enforced by brutal executions. And his obsession with immortality became apparent. He believed that true power came from mastering death itself. As Pharaoh Ankh-Hotep's powers grew, so did the extent of his malevolence. He surrounded himself with necromancers and dark priests, all of whom aided in the expanding of his domain over the dead. The living cowered in terror, knowing that to displease him meant either execution or eternal servitude in undeath. His paranoia grew, believing that even in death enemies conspired against him, and so he wove layers upon layers of wards and curses into his tomb. These dark protections ensured that no living being could enter without suffering unspeakable torment. As his once thriving kingdom withered under his reign of fear, crops failed and the people were left to starve, driving many to madness or revolt. But even these uprisings were swiftly crushed, with the rebels rising once more, not as free men, but as part of Ankh-Hotep's growing undead army. His once golden kingdom had become a wasteland, its glory forever lost beneath the weight of its endless thirst for power and immortality. Despite having many concubines, Ankh-Hotep never married, always seeking out his true love, someone he believed could mirror his power and ambition. But he could never find her. He would see visions of a woman, but he did not know she would arrive, when she would arrive. And upon the mention of that name, Michael, when that name is mentioned, it comes to you like a ton of bricks, a flashback that hits you. you wandered out of the Feywild one decade, and you decided, hey, you know what'd be fun? If I went and visited this place that I've never been to, and when you were visiting this place you'd never been to, you decided, you know what else would be fun? Is when this guy asked me if you would be his herald of light, that you would take him up on that, and you were Ankenhotep's herald.
Okay.
For about 30 years, but you've forgotten all about it because in the life of a fairy, it was just a flit, a moment in time. It was just it has long since been gone, but it comes crashing to you like a flashback.
Okay.
And I don't know at what point you decided to get out of there, by the way. That's up to you. You can kind of decide, like maybe when he started going a little crazy and, you know, raising an undead army, you decided, no, this shit ain't for me, and then that's when you got the hell out. I don't know, but
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I may be chaotic, but I'm still good.
right.
Yes. Yes.
At some point you decided
Yes.
okay, this ain't fun anymore. This guy's an evil bastard, and I'm out. You know, it's basically what it came out.
Exactly.
I love it. I love it, evil bastards.
Oh,
John does
wonderful.
love himself some evil bastards.
I wish I could be an evil bastard.
You guys,
Oh.
you guys have, and you guys are like lost in thought and trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this sage, this seer guy, and he says, "You are the herald, are you not?"
I was at one point, yes.
He says,
Uh.
then you have come to bring an era of calm and prosperity back. The calm and prosperity that stretches across the vast desert for thousands of years.
I thought I was doing that years ago when I was the herald. But when he started trying to raise an undead army and going completely the other way into darkness, that is when I gave up acting as herald.
Funny thing on how the past always sneaks up on us and comes back to visit.
I will say that you remember how the descent into darkness like started, and you got out before it got really bad. But even where you were, echoes in the Feywild, like of how ruthless this thing was and how terrible this thing was for essentially the multiverse. Like how terrible this incident was of his reign. You heard rumors even in the Feywild of this. And Anatoly, for you it was more like a chill bedtime story. You know, it was like, you know, like it was like, yeah, you're gonna grow up and you're gonna be a monster, but you're not gonna be this kind of monster. You know, like it's hard to say what it was for you, but you know that's for you to decide. But essentially, you were told about it as a child, and
Like
you were also forewarned. It was given to you as a kind of a warning, like, hey, don't become this. You know,
like a cautionary tale.
Yeah,
This
like
is where if you're not careful, this is where it could lead.
yeah, and absolute power corrupts absolutely kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. Are any of you going to say anything to this guy?
What is it that you would expect of me now?
He says,
And what has changed since I have left?
he says, well, you know, that that it has happened, right?
What has happened?
Well, Queen Neferket was born.
This is the woman he was foreseeing coming to him.
Yes, yes, she was born. There was the earthquake. You remember the earthquake, right? And of course none of you do. He says, she says,
Yes,
but
the earthquake.
Neferket, she is known for her mastery of ancient magic, and she is a woman of pure beauty and radiance. Just as he says, just as Ankhenhotep has described previously in his writings and in his words.
Well,
So basically, what you guys had heard is essentially I would say that Anatoly, you're probably a little bit aware of this with that 21 history check. You would be aware that the queen came about 1,000 years after Ankhenhotep's reign. It was like done and gone.
so if he had just waited, just had some
Right.
patience.
Just a little patience.
Where was this?
Gosh, women, you know you gotta wait on 1,000 years.
Waiting on a woman.
1,000 years. She was doing
Where
her
is
hair.
this,
She was doing her hair, her makeup.
Where was this Neferket born? Where is she now?
Let's see. Do I know where she's at now? I believe she would be dead too. Yeah, I believe it's been, you know, so it was toward the end of his reign that Siobhan was the herald, and she has since like disappeared, and no remains to be found. So it is assumed that she is dead.
So what would you like the herald to do?
He says, "You
Yes,
must go and reawaken Ankhenhotep." He says, "Follow me quickly. I will show you the way." And he kind of starts walking away.
Seems like you're destined to wake up some dead guy.
Better bring the extra strong smelling salts.
Yeah, don't fart too
have-
much.
Yes, it would probably be advantageous for us to know where this Ankhenhotep lies.
I think we should all. This sounds very.
You guys all did get a long rest too, by the way. I don't know if you guys had meant you guys were here for that or whatever, but look at Ashley. We just got the top of Ashley's head and her eyeballs. She's like that.
Yep.
Do.
There.
Oh, there she is.
Oh my God! Oh, it's just
You're
Ashley.
You're still streaming, by the way, Ryan.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I
You're
am.
still-
Yeah, I'm not on
you're
my.
still
I'm not
sharing
on
your-
my screen, so.
Yeah. You're...
You guys
How
should be
long
see.
is
You
it
guys
been,
should be seeing what I'm seeing.
Man,
All right. Are we following him? What are we doing, Harold?
I'm shivved him. This seems like it's also kind of close to it also seems like it's in the neck of the woods that I do believe I would be helpful in too.
Shivam, I will say that you could make a straight up intelligence check, an insight check, probably a history check, or a straight up wisdom check. Straight up wisdom, intelligence, or insight history. One of those. One of those, not an advantage. But you could make one of those to give you maybe some clues as to what maybe you should do here.
I'm gonna go with the insight because I have issue with waking him up when the last time I remember he had gone all evil and stuff like that.
Right. Okay, so with that 19 insight check, you are convinced that if there is something going on with him and a possibility for him to be awakened, that would be just a very bad thing. And probably, if you are of an adventuring mind, you need to go to and make sure and see to it that that can never, ever, ever happen.
That he can never be awoken.
Yeah, he can never be reawakened, because if he does, you don't know what that reign of terror might be like.
All right,
I mean, it's bad enough Luther's dealing with the possessed axe.
Yep. I pass that on to the rest of the group and let them know we cannot reawaken him. It will be the downfall of all, and the evil that will spread would be inconceivable.
And I would say, Shivam, you would also know that not only can you not reawaken him, but you might have to see it upon yourself, or grab you and the rest of your party, or you and Anatoly at least, and try to convince these guys maybe, but that you want to actually go there and follow this guy to make sure that no one else can do it either.
Okay.
Right. Sounds like an adventure.
Now, if any of you guys were following any of the other Action Surge stuff, there's we have a campaign called No Good Deed that happens on alternating Sundays. This coming Sunday is No Good Deed. There is a certain person in there, played by a certain character in there, played by Stephanie, and the character's name is Jessa, or sometimes Tessa. And Jessa and Tessa have different personalities, but they're both aware of each other. And she happens to be a changeling, so she changes depending on what that is. But the other thing is she owns a dagger that is a very dangerous dagger. And were she to awaken Ankh-Hotep, this is all metagame, so none of you guys know this, but were she to awaken Ankh-Hotep, there would be some major devastation going on. As it is, her party's worried about her awakening undead.
Okay.
My only concern is that if you go as the Herald, we don't know what kind of magic is in place, and just your presence there may result in awakening him. So we may want to be very cautious, I think.
That is a you would think, probably even just from your 19 insight check that you previously made, Shivam, that is a genuine concern. A fair and genuine concern.
Is that the genuine concern is what you just told me about him being reawakened and spreading absolute evil?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that what Anatoly just said about your presence there could be the catalyst that awakens him too. So,
after all, you are the Herald.
Yes.
Heralds kind of do the heralding
So
thing.
so
when
you're
they
kind
arrive.
of you're kind of faced with somewhat of a dilemma of, do you go there and stop it and make sure none of it ever happens, or by going there do you awaken him by accident?
Might be a chance we have to take.
Let me go.
I-
Let me step outside and ponder this for a little while.
All right, let's.
Is there
What? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
is there like a glade or a pasture or something like that that almost fish that would
There's a
call
small
me and
there's a small park in the city here where there's like a nice little fountain and like a lot of grass and some trees to, kind of like a lot of the kids play there, but also a lot of the adults will go there and kind of sit and be leisurely,
all right.
take walks through
I
there.
tell Anatoly I must meditate on this.
All right, and
I
at that
understand, but
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna, I understand that it's very concerning, but I think he expects you to follow him now. So unless you say something to him, he may take off and.
I tell him I am making no decision until I meditate upon this.
He says, yes, wise one, I understand. And he goes over and he kind of waits by this hallway, like here. Let me give it a token out for you guys here. Should have a commoner in here somewhere. He's
So he's
not
like
he's not a commoner, by the way. So just don't. I mean, you wouldn't know by looking at somebody whether they're a commoner or not. So I mean, just be careful, guys who like to ring of the ram people.
So he's like a.
This is one you can ring of the
Like a
ram if
priest.
you want, though. This is he'll survive that.
He's like a priest or like say a cleric of Anubis.
That was already asked, and the answer is you not sure. He could be, but you think he's more of just like a seer or a storyteller or a fortune teller, some kind of like a vizier maybe. It's hard to say. But he waits over here by this hallway anyway. And at that, what we'll do is I'm gonna give everybody a break, including myself, and we'll be back here in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. For some
Right.
of us, we're gonna try for 5 though. So everybody try for 5 if you wanna take a break here, and we'll be back in 5.
Let's go, little one. Put you outside.
Science is Aldrin,
Yep. Okay.
and I'm a sorcerer.
Here's the
Same.
transition, if it works. Okay, there we go. Ooh, didn't work. Okay. There we go. Oh, and I did it twice. It's so nice, I had to do it twice. Oh, you know,
Wonder.
I've got, I don't have Brandon's character's name down there yet. Hang on.
Yeah. I wish I could play like that. I'll screw up my turn though.
So we are into, if you didn't know already, session 43 of this campaign.
43.
So
Oh, wow.
You guys are in getting in at the session 43 mark. So you
It
know,
feels just like session 1 to me.
It
It's
is.
crazy.
It is a ways in, and it will go for probably a ways longer. But I thought that it might be kind of cool to know that.
Okay.
Let's see, Anatoly. We got what is this thing? There it is. There's that. No red like everybody else's. Done. Oh no, I need to make it bigger. Bigger. No, bigger.
That's what.
That's what she
No,
said.
you can. No, you're better than that, Brandon. Come on.
That's what I said. I mean, that's what he said. Wait, what?
He said, she said. She sells.
By the seashore. I win. Beach to it. Almost. Sort of. Kind of. Adjacent side wise.
Sure.
So, if you guys are new to the stream, or if you guys are old to the stream, we have 2 new players today. We have Michael and Brandon, who I'm hoping will be ongoing players and will want to stay joining us for at least the near future, if you know,
forever,
or until you're 90. No, yeah. So, Deadpool reference. Anyway, so yeah, so we are back, and you go outside to the glade, the city park, as it were, and you know, you are kind of flitting about, watching fireflies. This time of night, watching fireflies seems to help relax you a bit. You remember that you can't be the catalyst. You remember that it has to be Queen Neferket that would be the catalyst. This woman that he had talked about forever. He cannot be reawakened until she is awakened. However, you do understand that there could be something linked to you just showing up that would awaken her if her body is there and she is not, you know, like if, you know, maybe there's awakening of her that she needs to do. Or it could be that she's alive and she's just, you know, been disappeared for several hundred years.
Okay. Could I have would it be history to see if I can remember anything about what happened to her and where she may be? Whether I've heard of any stories over the years or...
I will, yeah, I'll give you one. It won't be at advantage, though, on this one.
All right, so it'll be normal?
Yeah, because I figure as you had long since abandoned Akhenhotep, and since you had kind of just never heard anything more come about Queen Neferket, you know, being the one that was whatever, and you never paid any attention to any of that, really, you know. So.
All right, so normal history.
And the things of the primordial world are not the same the prime material plane are not the same things of the Feywild usually.
Right. And I'm guessing I really tanked that. So.
You, as far as you know, something, blah blah blah. She tried to reawaken something, I don't know, maybe, and she disappeared. That's about what you know.
All right. Yep. Well, while she
Probably
was
about your
making
head,
some
that's- sorry. Go ahead.
She was trying to make espresso one day and she just disappeared, as
Yeah.
far as I know.
Yeah. That's probably in Shavam's head is like canon now. Like that's probably. Yeah, I think she was doing that. I think she was making espresso.
Yeah, okay.
You know, and she just poof. You know, like as you do.
It's one of those things that
All
as soon as it's in there, you can't get it out. That's what she was doing.
Exactly. All right, so
Maybe it was she invented.
I
espresso.
after a while I go back and I pass that on to Anatoly.
Okay, are any of the rest of
and-
you going to?
And
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Michael.
and the rest of the group I pass that on to what I just gleamed and remembered and
Oh,
everything else.
Michael, I got you off kilter somehow. Hold on one second. What the
And Ash is a Zach, and Zach is an Ash.
Everybody's off kilter now. I don't know what happened there.
My name's Ash now. Hail to the king, baby.
Hey, you can have my nickname. I don't mind.
This is my boomstick.
Shop smart. Shop.
Shop S Smart. That's where my mind was gone next. Yep.
Whoops.
Ruh-roh.
Come
Ruh-roh,
on. I
Raggy.
hit Control Z. There we go. Thank you. The moment you hit. God, that's gracious.
I'm munching on coffee and toast. What you munching on, bud?
Fixing cameras over here. Don't mind me.
Name doesn't say a name. It just says under attack.
I would like to ask the stage seer, whatever he is,
Yeah.
what his what he knows about the lady, like her last known whereabouts. What he knows about her last known whereabouts.
He says, "Oh, that is an important question." He says, you are wise to know that without Neferket you cannot awaken Ankhenhotep." And he says, "Oh yes, I'm glad you asked." He says, "Allow me to tell you, when she had risen to power as queen, her mastery of the ancient magic has caught herself to the pyramid's spire. And she, as a brilliant young scholar, unearthed the ruins of Ankhenhotep. And she assembled a team of hundreds of slaves to clear the exterior sands away, so the structure could be seen in its entirety. But then she ordered it sealed off, and once that was done, men and women who performed the sealing mysteriously disappeared, and their remains were found miles away. Upon hearing of its pull, she felt upon hearing of its appearance, she felt an irresistible pull, though, as if her fate were tied to its place. She led an expedition of priests and scribes and soldiers to the ruins. When she arrived, Queen Neferket was awestruck by the grandeur of the half-buried pyramid. She knew exactly whose tomb it was. Ankhenhotep had been her primary area of study. The dark aura surrounding it both intrigued and unnerved her. It was said that the pyramid of Ankhenhotep was unlike any other, a labyrinth designed to preserve a forgotten king's dark legacy. He says, it is believed now that her body resides within that same pyramid.
Luther just moved over so he can listen to the story better.
So her last known whereabouts are at the pyramid of Ankh-Hotep also?
That is what has been said, yes.
Thank you.
So
All
to
right.
bring them both back, obviously you need the herald.
He says, well, yes, of course.
Right, just making sure we're all on the same page here. Okay.
This sounds like something I really am interested in, so I want to find out all about this too. Because, yeah, when it deals with a lot of magic and stuff like that, yeah,
He says
I think a lot of people
the seer
take notice.
The seer says to you, he says, but the tomb is guarded by an ancient beast never seen before, masquerading as a cat.
Masquerading as what?
Travelers speak of this monstrous creature lurking deep within the tomb, a guardian created by Ankh-Hotep's magic to ensure no one disturbs his slumber. He says, come with me, come. And he says, we will go to the dunes of Bast. Wait, did somebody go off camera?
No.
How did Michael and Brandon switch places on Discord? That's why. Now I know why the cameras are off. Somebody changed their nickname on Discord?
Oh, that was me.
I added my name.
I did that.
Brandon,
put my
Brandon,
name
Brandon
in.
changed his nickname. I gotcha. And then Michael added his name. Okay. All right. Well,
Yes.
I think we're because now you guys are switched yet again, and and now you guys are in the wrong spots. But that's okay. We're gonna fix that right quick because we're
Well-
gonna make. Hold on. Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. Please don't do nothing because then you are liable to do it again, and I can't do anything about that if you do it again. But
I'm
if
not
I do
doing
it
anything.
on my end, then I can fix it, and then I don't have to do it again next time.
My hands are up. Not touching anything.
Yep, that's fine. It doesn't matter. All right, so we're gonna pay. Michael is going to be 7. Oop. And that fixes that. And Brandon, you're technically gonna be 8 now, but for this point in time, you're in the right
That
spot
sounds
now,
exciting.
Don't matter. You're gonna
I'm
get
willing
8.
to be 8.
Gonna get 8. Okay, no. Yeah.
For a little bit, actually, in
this is-
Zach and herself.
This is why I'm the okayest DM ever. All right, so you guys gonna follow the seer?
Yes. Let's follow, and we can ask questions on the way
Yes.
Okay.
if we have more questions.
Okay, so you follow him down the hallway. It
Is this
smoke gathers and fog and the fog thickens and heavily obscures the area. You guys can barely see each other in front of you, and suddenly you exit the what? Go ahead, Brandon.
is this the wise choice? I mean,
We're sticking together and we're helping. We're going to this situation, so and
and
it's better together.
right, but we've been told that what needs to happen is Siobhan needs to be there, and we're
Well-
taking Siobhan straight to there.
Well, either way, we can always change it
You can.
to a better. We can always change it
I say
as we're going along.
Okay.
the question is I think his question is whether or not by bringing him with you is it more dangerous than not bringing him with you is what I think.
Nope.
the
It's
idea.
better keep you close by, so we can help you and assist you in this.
If perhaps would be better if we could somehow conjure the illusion that he is with us without him actually being there, so that we can find out what the situation is without risking him being there and causing this.
in my experience, I'm thinking we should just stick together. We don't separate like this. Let's stick together and learn how we work, how we can improve working together along the way.
Agreed.
All right. So in that case, that being said, I am going to put you all on a different map real quick. You guys,
Yay!
you guys leave the World Serpent Inn through one of the doors, the many doors, and you find
it puts us right in the temple.
yourselves- You find yourselves in the shifting sands of the Bastet Dunes. I don't know if you guys can see the thing here. Hold on one second. You guys see the map? Or do I need to undynamic light it?
I see nothing.
Plus, yeah, I see.
Okay, let me turn daylight mode on. There we go. Much better.
There.
Vampiric.
I still see nothing.
You don't see anything?
I
No,
still
sir.
see nothing.
Really?
Mainly because we don't
I
have
see-
focus on there yet.
I see a single line.
Oh, it's because
Yeah, I
it's because your
I
character
still-
tokens aren't on there yet. Because here.
Oh.
Let me, here, let
Oh,
me,
yep, now
let
I
me-
see the box.
Let me
I
fix
see
that.
nothing.
Let me fix that. I'll just do this and go bloop.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
better.
Pretty.
Ah, the
Now-
light!
Now, if you wanted to, you guys could all drag your character tokens onto there.
Ow.
Okay, where do you
Right,
want us?
So you would take your
just-
character and
you
grab
just
it by
grab
the
the-
name and drag the name over to a spot on the map.
There we go.
I don't know how to do that.
So
It's
you
drag
go
and
to,
drop.
You go to the journal. Oh, hang on.
Journal.
You find your character in the journal.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. I can do it by myself now.
Wait, wasn't it?
There you go. That's the
It's not
counter.
letting me.
Hang on.
Hey,
Or just getting crazy.
I'm always crazy.
All right. It's not letting you what?
It wasn't letting me change.
That's how you do
I'm
it.
trying to change the.
Oh, because I never updated your default token either. So hold on.
Change. There we go. Now it changed. All right.
What?
And let me put the values in.
Yeah.
At
hold
first,
on,
it wasn't
though.
letting me do
okay.
that.
Hold on, though. Let me go back to that page real quick, and I'm just gonna update the default token. Details. Update default token. Save changes. And now let's go back and we're gonna delete you, Brandon, off that page. And then drag your thing back and just see if it has the default values already.
Okay.
I think you need to do that for me too, because I'm still a square and it won't let me do it.
You're still a square.
You're not that bad, man.
What,
No, I mean,
You're all
You're
right.
just a little
Luther?
rough on the edges.
For Luther?
Yeah.
You just gotta loosen up a bit. That's all. I wouldn't call you a square.
He's already Luther. Luther than you.
I'm sorry. Loosen up a little bit.
Alright, okay, now try it. Did you drag your character sheet or your character to the map, Luther?
I am about to try again.
Did it work for you, Brennan? The values?
Yeah, it worked fine.
Though to be fair, I'm not in the regular action search area. I think that's because I'm in the.
Do what?
It's probably because I'm doing the Discord, not the regular action search thing.
Nope, that shouldn't matter. But now I've got a weird thing going on, of course, because why not? I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I've been grabbing the picture when I should have been grabbing the name.
Yeah, that's when I said grab the name and pull it over there. That might
Yeah,
have given you
yeah.
some sort of clue, but I understand.
Luther,
I'm not very clear when I say stuff.
Luther's just gonna go bury his head in sand now.
Right now, Luther and Tharja are the same person on the thing. That's so weird.
Again,
No, it's this something going on with this stupid thing.
roll
here.
20.
Well, this one person has only one
It
hit
just
point.
the weirdest thing about it is it lines up almost perfectly. Actually, so like one half of your face is in one camera thing, and the other half is in the other. Like, how did that happen perfectly? I couldn't have planned that. Okay,
I have no
probably
clue
could have
how that.
planned that. It would have just been.
Should probably get a camera on one day.
Oh, this this kind of stinks.
We just wanted to have more Ash the show.
We walked through
She's
this
trying to
hallway.
become our face of the party, or face of this party time.
I'm doing two things at once.
See, multitasking.
You walk through the
And I'm
hallway.
always multitasking. I'm good at it.
All right, focus.
We went through this hallway and out a door, and so my horse got left behind.
It did. Yeah, all your horses got left
Oops.
behind.
That's a horse of a different color.
But at least now you're not in the desert on a horse with no name, though, so that's good.
Oh no,
That's true.
it had a name.
Well, but you're not
It was
on it.
Stahlhof.
But you're not on it, so. So at least you're still not a desert on a horse with no name.
Or a camel.
Speaking of camels, though, you guys follow the commoner across the desert for a little while, or
Yeah.
gonna ask him
Yeah.
any questions?
Luther probably asked, "Do I need to bring more water?"
Who wants to be the victim? No volunteers?
I'll be the victim.
Okay, John volunteered. All right, John, roll 1d6. Two. All right, you guys are lucky today, and you guys come to a outpost where there's some tents and some camels for you guys.
Oh,
And-
nice.
And you guys each get a camel, and you can
There's
name
camels?
him Stalhoof if you want to. But
Intense.
Make sure it's not snow.
no, the camels aren't in the tents, but there are tents. But and the tents are kind of intense. Damn it! Why do I do that?
Camels are spitting a lot. That makes them intense.
I still don't got Ashley in the right spot. There we go. I'm gonna fix you,
What the
Ashley. I
hell?
promise. I promise, Ashley. I will fix you. I guess I don't sound like a good promise when you think of it in context, but you know, Ashley's gonna get fixed.
Yay!
All right, now everybody's in the right camera position.
Oh, man.
I'll just have to redo all that by the end of the show next time too. All right, so you guys hop on Camelback. Everybody gonna ride camel. Shivam,
How do you
I
get on
assume
a
that you're-
camel?
Shivam, I assume you're going to ride on near somebody else's shoulder or fly.
Yes, I'll do a little bit at a time. Sometimes I'll rest and sit on someone's shoulder. Other times I'll fly up and
You can ride Sebastian if you want.
say it.
Or you can have a real cool eye view of a dragon's point of view.
Yeah,
You can ride on Kaida if
you can
if
ride
Kaida feels like it.
Kaida's pretty
if she
fast,
feels
too,
like
right?
Yes,
Where's
bro.
Kindness?
Kaida is a
Pseudo-
pseudo dragon.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
pseudo dragon.
Yep. I was gonna say you could ride Kaida or you could ride Sebastian or
I will
Ooh.
also say that Gavor, would you ride a camel?
I read it.
He doesn't know how to ride a camel. He could try to ride a camel, but if he's not riding the camel, he'll be using his wings. From when we went to Elemental Plane of Air, he did not give that cloak of wings back. He kept the wings.
Okay.
The water stuff, he gave that back. So,
I will say off in the desert on the way, you see some rumblings to the north. Like you see the sand shifting in odd ways to the north in almost somewhat like pattern, like shifting.
Siobhan actually likes the idea of riding a pseudo dragon. That could be one heck of a visual, also. A fairy riding a dragon lance.
Oh, and I could speak to you through Kaida.
Using one of your knitting needles as a dragon lance is a.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so you guys notice there's some odd shifting in the sands to the north. I'm assuming you guys just are going to stay wary of it and keep traveling.
Yep.
Might be a good
Yes.
idea to try to avoid it, or like kind of skirt it if we can.
Okay, so you kind of
Right.
move slightly away from it and whatever. Again, does anybody ask the guide, the seer? Does anybody ask him any questions?
Who wants to know how old he is?
He says, "Oh, not really sure. I lost track somewhere around 100."
I have a question. How precisely did you know to look for Siobhan in that inn?
He says, "Oh, I didn't per se, but it is a crossroads of sorts, and I thought perhaps there is where I would find him. Perhaps there is where I would find somebody who would lead me to him. But as luck would have it, he was there."
Yes.
Like the little
It
thing
is-
says,
it
you
is
chose
fate.
correct.
It is fate.
You chose right.
And the sands of fate do roll strange. And the portents did tell me to head to the world serpent.
Yes, it's very lucky of you.
So after a little bit, you arrive at a pyramid, of course. And there are 3 entrances. You can do 1, 2, 3, left, right, middle, however you want to do it. Let's see if I can put a pyramid on here for you so you can have a visual.
We got the same result.
What'd you get?
Looks like 1, which I would assume, based on the way you said it, would be left. Left, right, middle.
Yeah, that would be left.
Why is there a triangle?
Somebody drew a triangle? That'd be my guess.
It's a pyramid.
Just my
I mean,
guess.
That's a cool
Is-
pyramid.
Is there a token for the pseudo dragon?
Yeah, actually
yes.
there is. You got that token, James?
I'll pull it over.
Just look for Kaida.
Let's see. She's up higher. Oh, there we go.
Okay, this is the
We're gonna do
What
this real
the-
quick. Hang
where-
on. Let me send
Holy moly.
send to the map layer. Hang on. Send to the map. There we go. Map. And then move it back. Oh. Change there. Wait. Did it change? It did. There we go. Okay. And then we go to the map layer, adjust it a little bit. There you go.
I forgot how to delete my thing.
just
Sorry.
draw a box around it, like drag your mouse with the left click, and then
Could you
select
also
it and then
assign
hit delete.
permissions to him for Kaida?
Do what now?
Give him permissions on able to move Kaida around
Yeah, I can
token?
do
Because I think that'd be very easy. It'd be easier to do that. Because I tend to forget about Kaida, and What I
Alright.
know is they're cat-like type dragons. Cat-like mentalities, at least.
There you go. Now you can control where Kaida goes there for the moment there,
All right, now,
Michael.
There you go.
yep. Now, can I put Shivam directly on top of Kaida's
Sure.
token and move them both at the same time,
Yeah,
or
you
does
can,
that
you can just
create
kind
issues?
of you can kind of select them together. It does kind of create issues if you group them, but if you select them both together, then it won't.
Not many
All
people
right.
know that the dragon's first name is Al.
Oh my god. Oh my
Nope.
no.
Alice.
No, it's not.
All right. How do you select them both at the same time? Okay. I think I just figured it out. All right. Got it.
Okay, let me do this here.
I have to hold shift at the same time. All right.
And basically, if you ever need to tell Gabor something, you could just tell Kaida.
Okay.
Because
Kaida
Kaida has a telepathic bond with
Yeah,
Gabor.
but I believe Kaida can't do.
Luther was here.
Hang on, let me move Luther. Yeah,
Luther.
Move Luther for me real quick, Luther.
I'm trying
Oh,
to.
you can't now. Okay, hang on one second. Let me do this. Change layer map. Okay, there you go. Now you can.
I can move Luther.
Change layer map.
Yeah, I can move Luther too.
Yeah, he can now too, but you couldn't before because I had something in front of him.
All right. So to the east, we have
Luther graffitied the pyramid ruins.
three
YouTube was here.
Oh boy.
This
Luther
is
had a pyramid
three
drop
different-
on its head.
This is 3 different pyramids over to the east.
No, it's 3 different entrances.
Okay,
On-
one
on
pyramid,
great
3
big,
entrances.
On one great big pyramid, yeah.
One
Okay.
pyramid, 3
Looks like-
entrances. I've seen that video, I think.
It looks like, yeah, that's different. It looks like, wait, one of you rolled a 2 and one rolled a 1. I thought you said you rolled the same thing. Oh, because
Yeah,
2 on a
you-
D6. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay,
Yep.
yep. So you did roll the same thing. All right. So entrance 1 would be the top left there. Leftmost pyramid, or leftmost pyramid entrance. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we
Is everybody going to go the
yeah, we stick together.
the commoner stands outside and says, I will watch your camels and set us up a tent in case we need it for the coming night. And he says, I will take care of your camels and wait here for you. I have no business in the herald's business. And basically, are you guys all going to go in the same entrance then? Let's do this real quick.
As well, yes.
Let's do this.
While they're figuring that out, Luther's vandalizing part of the wall above one of the entrances.
So Luther's going to go in last, is what you're telling me?
No,
Do we wanna go
I
in
should
the
be
same
one of the
entrance?
last ones.
Or do we
Yelling
want
at
to split up?
Luther, quit screwing around.
Okay, well, I don't know,
okay.
but you need to let me know, because a second ago it was, yes, we're going in the same entrance, and now it's, do we want to go in the same entrance?
We should stick together.
Yeah, I
So
really
you guys
do
are
think
like,
it's
yeah,
just
we're going to
stick
go in the
together.
same entrance, and then they're like, wait.
When we, I think that's
Let's hold
probably
on a
smart
second.
when we inevitably trigger this whole thing.
I say we stick together.
It's best to stick together because if you get separated, there's
Alright,
no
so
way
everybody-
we'd be able to save
Okay.
you on an
So is
instant.
everybody's going to go in the same entrance then? Yes? No?
Okay,
Yes.
I guess so. Yep.
Sorry, I just thought you guys had already decided that. That was my bad. I jumped the gun on that one.
Tiger.
Okay, so
So,
Go.
what kind of marching order are we going in?
This one.
No.
I said marching order, not which
This
tunnel
one.
we're going in.
Oh,
Sure.
my bad.
Hang hang on, you guys are not going anywhere yet. You're going
I'll be near the
right
front.
here to a black screen.
Dun dun dun.
I'm not sure why this is not playing.
I heard some music.
Oh, there we go.
I don't hear none.
Hang on, it keeps chopping in and out on my end. Hold on.
Yeah, mine too.
I might have to turn mine up.
It's
There we
it's through roll 20, so
Roll 20's always roll 20.
Yeah, it's our glitch. It's
Glitch?
our
Let's try this.
twitchy thing.
Oh boy.
And Twitch is rolling out new integration features. So for the next week and a half, there's going to be some rough stuff going on.
What do you mean?
ooh, rough stuff.
Oh.
Not the fun rough stuff, mind you.
Oh,
No,
Connectivity issues, stability.
Yeah, it is the beat stuff. You're right,
Okay,
Zach.
what's your marching order?
did I look a little too eager when I responded like that?
What's your marching order?
A little, but it's good.
I said I'd be fine being near the front.
Near the front. Okay. Garnet.
I would like to
always-
be in middle.
Garnet.
Ooh.
Towards the middle.
Gavor.
I know Luther likes being in the front.
You know I'm best at the back or near the back because of my range and artillery and what blah blah blah. I like to react to whatever happens first.
Luther, do you want to go first or do you want to go second?
Let's have Luther go first this time.
Shivam,
Yeah.
you can kind of go along with people because you don't take up the same space per se.
Okay.
But where do you want to
Um,
be, basically?
We can be in the middle. How large is the pseudo dragon? Just a little
Tiny.
larger
Tiny.
than I am.
Yep. A little bit bigger than you.
All right.
Size of a cat.
Okay.
So by Luther is kind of like hovering by him.
Yep. And then we can move. We can
Oh.
move ahead as needed.
Sorry.
Okay. So you guys are at a long hallway there. See a long hallway in front of you.
Right. I see nothing. I see pitch black.
Zoom
okay,
out,
Hold on. Let me.
You gotta zoom?
Nope.
because I can see
Nope.
it.
Nope. Because just because you can see it doesn't mean anyone else can. So it might be the idea that he doesn't have his dynamic lighting stuff right. And he doesn't, but here we go. 1 second. So you will have to zoom out most likely. Hold on 1 second. And save. And I need to fix that to where I can update that default token because I keep forgetting to do that.
Oh, it's almost 3.
I didn't want to do that. Hang on. Cancel. Close. 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 Damn it. Close.
You're back.
There we go. Now every time you pull out the token onto the map, it should update a little bit. Okay.
All right. I'm still seeing nothing.
You got to zoom out.
Zoom
you're
out?
Yeah, zoom out. Not you. If you can see Ashley, then you don't need to zoom out. If you can't see anything, then you need to zoom out as far as you can. And you should see something. You should see a little pinpoint of light. If you don't see anything,
All right.
then you you might have to refresh your browser.
This is not good. Not good. Not good. Ah, boy.
Sorry.
Who has the worst vision?
I'm cleaning my glasses.
Okay, Garnet. I'm gonna go with Garnet because it's my best guess.
All right. And The pseudo dragon isn't on here that I can see.
It's underneath you, kind of. But do you see yourself?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure the pseudo dragon. I don't think the pseudo dragon has night vision.
Blind sight. Blind sight 10 feet.
Has blind sight. Does it have dark vision?
I do believe so too.
I don't think it
Hey,
does.
twinsies.
Okay, now you should be able to see out of the pseudo dragon's eyes, although it's going to be gray, like everybody else is supposed to be. But I give you guys the benefit of color, so.
It's for the sake of the
Yeah,
audio.
I can't even see the token.
What's that?
I can't even see the token.
Do you see yourself?
I see myself, yes.
Okay, then that's because that token. Hang on. Cancel. I need to go and edit it. Well, you should see it there. I don't know why you can't see it. It
May just be
you
the
are
fact
you
that
are
we're
kind
all,
of above it, and it is kind of like crunched. You know, you're all kind of cramped up together, and it's kind of under you. You know, so here, let me put you there. Can you see the token now? Oh, now you moved. Let me put you there again. Can you see the token now?
I see me, but not.
Here, we'll do this.
What is it? Gavor is the pseudo dragon.
Kaida.
Okay. Oh, Kaida. Okay, now I see Kaida. Okay.
That's the name under the token. The token is up
All right.
above you and to your left. Do you see
Sorry
the
about that.
token?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll put you back up by the token a little bit. All right. So, Anatoly and Luther, who is going to be in front?
Luther.
That was between Luther and Anatoly, not Tharja.
Oh, sorry.
I think Luther had said he was going to be up front. I said I'd be near the front, but
I didn't hear one way or the other. So, what was that, Zach?
I volunteered to be in the front this time.
So then you're
Because usually, yeah.
All right. So you're in front. The hallway is only wide enough for basically one person, and Shivam and Kaida. Because it's tall enough for it's tall enough that you guys could probably stand on each other's shoulders, and somebody could probably stand on Luther's shoulders and touch the ceiling, but it's probably a good 12-foot ceiling. Sorry, what were you saying, Brandon, about the music?
no, I didn't say anything about the music. I said sorry. I didn't mean to put that spell up into the text box.
Oh, I meant way.
I was just trying to read it.
I thought before that you had said something about the music.
Yeah, it's going in and out, but
Yeah, it's irritating me.
It's fine.
Let's try this one.
Not good.
All right. So Luther, you're up ahead in the lead there.
Eddie. Luther kind of wants to use a perception check real quick, make sure he's not about to step on anything real quick.
Nope, just looks like normal stairs. Go ahead and give me the perception check, see if you notice anything different. It's because I have a lot going on.
I'm waiting
this
on.
map, I bet.
I apologize. I'm just waiting on the character sheet to load up. Normally I keep it up, but I found that if I close it and then open it when I need it instead of keeping it up, it seems to make things run a little faster. And I'm just cursed with that number.
What number? 8.
I roll, I always end up with an 8.
I would say that Luther, though he rolled low, he wonders if the stairs couldn't be mimics.
Yeah, that's Luther.
And he
When
and he has this
Luther-
and he has this irrational fear that the stairs are mimics and they're going to come up and grab his face.
Yeah, that's right.
So this is what Luther does. He's going down the steps. He's like testing each one with a foot as he's
Right.
going down.
Covering his face like this.
Like,
I don't want nothing grab my face. Stay away. Okay. All right, so you go down the stairs.
yeah.
It seems to the
He's
hallway.
like-
Hallway's narrow. It seems to turn a corner down at the end of the hallway.
He gonna kind of corner and be like, no. Kind of slowly peek around.
All right, it appears to be another long hallway. Another long, dark
Right.
hallway.
There's the hallway. Well, you coming or what? And he just like waves at the other people. Gonna
This small
That's what I
10-foot
remember.
by... Oh, wait, sorry, you're not there yet. I'm lying. I was going to read your description that you're not to yet. Anyways, you make your way down the
Luther go.
hallway. You all see Luther kind of go down there, and seems like nothing happens. Luther, the hallway ends at a door. At a door. Are you guys going to follow Luther down the hallway?
Yes.
And it's
I'm
only
bringing
next
up
in line,
up
so
the
you're
rear.
you're gonna just kind of head down there too, also, or
I'll go down right
Anatoly,
here.
Anatoly, Bueller,
Yeah.
Bueller.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Bueller.
Okay, you can't get past.
Bueller.
You can't get past each other easily in the hallways, but if you wanted to push past Anatoly, you could. It wouldn't be easy though. You can only fit one in the hallway. Is that what we're doing, Tharja? Tharja?
Yeah, I can't place it in the middle.
You gotta hold Alt.
That's all right.
One of what?
You gotta hold
Equal.
Alt, put it yourself there, and then let go of Alt.
Okay.
Alright, so Gavor will put you down there, and then Shivam will put you down there also. Alright. Luther,
Where's Garnet?
you're at a somewhat ornate door. He's in the hallway in front of you.
I hate that thing.
He's right here.
All right.
Alright, so Luther,
Open the door.
don't worry, we're about to wrap up, guys. I can see you're getting disenchanted with the game. But we're about to wrap up anyways. I just wanted to know if Luther's gonna open the door.
Open the door, Luther. Smash it
Or if you guys
open.
are all gonna
Okay.
go back the way you came.
Taking a vote from y'all. Do y'all want me to open the door like the sane person or kick it the fuck off the hinges?
Kick
Open
it
the
off
door.
the hinges.
Why don't we? Is there anyone here that's a rogue that can check for traps?
Perhaps I could take a look. I am able to take a look in there without actually being in there.
Then why don't we do that?
Okay, how are you
In
gonna
which
do
case,
that? Show me what
with
you
the spell that I accidentally put into the text box already.
spy my shadow. Okay. You whisper a fey rhyme to your shadow, bringing it to life as a tenebrous spy that can slip under doors between shutters and through the narrowest of cracks. You can stretch your shadow up to 10 times your height and move it as you desire. It remains two-dimensional and cannot interact with physical objects. You notice a small crack to the wall in the wall to your left. Do you want to just send it through the wall? You think you could probably do it.
Okay, I should have made myself 9 feet. Damn it.
It don't make you 9 feet. It makes the shadow 9 feet.
No, it would make it 90 feet. It can stretch them to 10 times my height.
Oh, I got you. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll send it through the wall if that's possible.
Okay, you see it goes through the wall. Hold on. You can spy through your shadow's eyes and ears as if they are your own, but magically enhanced senses do not work through the spell. You could utilize the stealth skill normally as if trying to keep the shadow's presence a secret. So you go into the room. It appears to be a 10 by 10 foot chamber. The walls are smooth, adorned with faded hieroglyphics and simple carvings of ancient gods and symbols of power. The air is stale, and only the sound is the faint echo of your guys' movements outside. So it's like just a faint echo coming into the room. On the far wall, there's a stone door, slightly ajar, with more hieroglyphics etched around its frame. The door appears inviting, as if it leads deeper into the pyramid. But while your shadow's in there, something feels off. Like an eerie stillness in the room. Like perhaps a trap waiting to spring. It kind of weighs on Anatoly. And the room looks unremarkable, but yet it invites further investigation. How far can you send it? Just up to the dimensions.
Yeah, it stretches.
So 16 feet.
Stretch up to 60,
18 feet. I mean. Oh wait.
No, it's 10 times my height.
Oh, 10 times. Yeah, you're 6 foot, so
And
60 feet. So up to 60 feet.
5'9", so yeah, just shy of 60 feet.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to try to send it through the door? Like it's kind of, slightly ajar.
Yeah, well, I'll kind of retract it and put it and move it through the door to see if I can get a different angle.
Wait a minute, what?
Well, you had me send it through the wall first, right?
No, listen. Did you hear the description of the room?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a stone door, slightly ajar, with more hieroglyphics etched around its frame. The door appears to inviting, other than the door you guys are at. If the door was slightly ajar where you guys are at, you guys could just look through the door, right?
Right. Okay.
So I'm asking, do you want to send it through the other door?
Yeah.
Or are you going to bring it back? Are you going to bring it back, go around the corner, go through that door, and then maybe see about going through the other door? Is what I'm.
Yeah, I want to I want to go check out the other vantage point.
Okay, you want to check out. You want to go through the doorway's vantage point first.
Yeah.
Okay. You see the same thing. Now, do you want to send it through the other door or no?
Excuse me just a minute. I'm busy at the moment. Give me a few minutes, okay?
You know what? I will allow you also make me a perception check.
Oh boy, I'm not great at those. All right, let's see. Perception.
Okay, you notice that from your shadow's vantage point that there's an unnatural stillness in the air. You can see dust on the ground, and you can see whatever at least probably 50 years of dust, and nothing has been disturbed. If this is the entrance that you want to come in, that that you guys are investigating, then you know no grave robbers or anything have been in here. Like at least for 50 to 100 years.
Everything seems undisturbed, but something is not right in there.
But there's a door across the way. You know, there's a door in that room, ajar.
I can't put my finger on it, but something is not right in there.
So?
It is up to you all, but I am cautious. I am wary of going in there, especially with Siobhan.
Okay. Well, can anything hurt your shadow?
No, not really. It's a shadow.
Oh, and you're only looking, go to the extent of its range, looking around, and come back. If it looks like it hasn't been disturbed, maybe it's safe that it won't get back.
And you do know,
Yeah.
you do know, Brandon, your shadow, Anatoly's shadow wouldn't, the spell wouldn't disturb the dust or anything either. It's just a shadow,
Right.
essentially.
But it did go to the extent of the range that I could go, right?
No.
No? Okay, well
No,
then,
I was saying
yeah.
there was a door on the other side, and I was asking if you wanted to send your shadow through it before.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll push through that. I'm just
You know it's not
Can I-
likely. You know it's not likely to trigger any traps because it has no heft or girth.
right. I'm not sure why you decided to use those two descriptors, but
Because
I'll
it's
go ahead and push
weightless,
that.
weightless,
But
odorless,
can I
and
make a-
colorless. Oh, no, sorry. Anyway.
Can I make a stealth check for it? Is it dimly lit in there?
It is dark.
Okay, so I
for
should
you,
be able to
it's
have advantage on it.
so for you, it's dimly lit.
Yeah, it's because you can utilize the stealth skill normally if trying to keep your shadows presence a secret.
Yep.
It gains advantage on dex stealth checks in
Yep.
dim lighting.
And for us, for our house rules, you know those as the advantage +1. So
Okay, so stealth. There we go. And it almost made a difference.
okay. So it goes through the door stealthily, and then you realize that it hits something solid, and you find a crack and continue through, and you realize this is just a false door, but there's a wall here, and you can you peer into the wall, but it goes far enough that when you send your shadow further into the wall, it's just there's nothing else on the other side. It's just a wall, and then into like the sand, and then it's there's nothing there. It's just nothing. It's a fake door.
There's a false door. I don't understand why. Perhaps to trick grave robbers or something. I don't know. It would seem that if it were opened, maybe it could cascade sand on someone because there seems to be nothing beyond it. Just desert. But I don't know. I guess I'll do it. I'll send it kind of like sweep around the whole room to see if there's any more information I can glean to give them before we go inside. I think we've pretty much like revealed most of what we can. But
I would say
it's-
that you can kind of you could give me an investigation check to see if there's anything else that's like amiss, awry, whatever.
That's something. Oh hey. Not my best trait, but still.
After several
30.
minutes of carefully studying the room, trying to figure out why is this room like this. It's a fake door. You're at the end of a hallway, and clearly this room is the end of the room. It's the end of the line, basically. Like you thought the pyramid would be a little bit bigger than one room that was 10 by 10, but you realize that as you're investigating, you notice that there are slight grooves in the walls and floor, indicating that the walls and floor might move.
Hmm. I'll
They're
relay
well
this to them.
they're well hidden, but they're also, once you know them and once you know they're there, you realize they're there. They're somewhat obvious that it's some kind of mechanical, like some kind of mechanism to possibly move the floors or walls.
I'll relay that to them. Um, it appears that this is some kind of shifting building, that the walls can move. So even though it seems though there is just a single room beyond, there may be much more to uncover.
We'll also say that in the investigation time, you do notice that there is one of the wall carvings has a slightly hollowed out piece behind it, and in that piece is a small lever. In that hollowed out space.
Okay.
So, anybody want to do anything?
Okay. Y'all ready for Luther to open the door?
Yep.
Yep.
Luther, you can open the door? You should
Luther's-
be able to click on it, I think. Yep, you can. There you go.
Just carefully pushes the door open. He's like, hello? Hello? No? Okay. And then he steps in.
It's, second level.
About right there.
Okay. You see a door ajar on the other side of the room there, but you already know from Anatoly's description that that's a false door.
Luther's kind of scratching his head. I guess I'll make I guess I'll make a perception check to see if I see anything.
Yeah, you could.
If I didn't, I
He did
figured
ma-
I would have told you, but
He did mention
there's
a lever,
a
right?
lever.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a
How
lever
tall
on
is
the
the
wall.
ceiling in the corridors?
In the corridors, they're 12 feet. In this room, it's 10.
All right.
Is anybody else going to go into the room with Luther?
Yes, Siobhan.
yeah.
You know what? Scratch that. Can I change that perception check to a history check to see if I recognize any of the hieroglyphs?
Go ahead and move yourself up there, Shabam. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. Oh, now I got weird things going on. Hold on. Looks like something's doing something weird. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
I tried
because
to
the
move
boxes
somebody and
don't
then-
line up.
What?
Because the boxes don't line up.
The
So
boxes don't line up.
if you the squares, they don't line up. So if you move the pieces at all, they snap right to the.
Well, yeah,
The square.
that's not what was going on. I've got double images of a character.
Yeah,
And
Siobhan.
now I can no longer interact with Shabam at all. There we go.
Yeah, I was trying to move.
Yeah, I can no longer interact with Shabam at all. Here, let me refresh real quick. But go ahead and move, you guys. Whoever's going to go in there, go ahead and move yourselves in there.
Yep, I need to get Kaida back over here also.
What were you doing? You were doing. I put Kaida in the room. You were doing
okay.
Some kind of check, Luther. Investigation.
Said I was
perception?
gonna ask about a perception, but yeah, I was gonna say if I could do like a history check because check if anything matches up with some of the things he's seen on his travels with any of the hieroglyphs in the room.
You notice that several of them appear to be ancient Mulhorandi symbols. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll that history check. It is the jackal-headed god, the long-dead god Anubis. And it kind of like comes to you like, oh, that's who Anubis is. Like when you see the picture, it's like almost like Luther had to have a visual to understand what the hell these guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes 100% sense because that's actually pretty true to what was going on. I didn't quite understand.
Are you able to read? Are you able to read these runes?
Oh, Luther can do goblin and orc, I think.
Gavor, I see you're still
Alright.
out in the hall, and I see Sebastian's still out in the hall. Are you guys gonna hang out in the hall?
No, Sebastian's watching over me because I'm going into trance, so I can see and observe through Kaida's eyes.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right.
I-
Shabam is going to use Eyes of the Rune Keeper to read the
Okay.
rune.
Can you put that up in there with the word balloon thingy that's by the... There you go. You can read all writing? Okay. So they're hieroglyphics, and they depict basically that they're all just symbols of Anubis, depicting that this room is filled with certain death, essentially, as the door slams shut behind you. And you notice the floors and walls start moving in such a way that the floor starts slanting inward
I want to
and retracting into the wall.
take a look at the switch lever or whatever.
Whoa.
Okay, you're looking at the lever. You're gonna make everybody make a dexterity check. A dexterity
include-
save. Dexterity save. Sorry.
Even Shabam and Kaida, since
No,
if
you're
we're
flying, so it's fine.
Okay.
What's the save number?
You are going for a DC 15.
No, yep, nope. Not even if I rolled my thing would I make it.
Okay, you grab the lever, and investigating the lever, Garnet, but it seems to be it won't budge.
Can I? You said as a
I
dexterity
see the
save.
Can
Yeah.
I make a Tinker Tool?
As you go to make a Tinker Tool anything, you notice that the floor slips out from underneath you, and you drop into a pit of spikes.
Ouch!
I'd like to use my inspiration
To do what?
to add to my roll because you said it was a DC 15, right?
Yes, DC 15. Yep.
Okay, and that's 1d6 added on.
And Tharja, you also fall into the pit of spikes.
Ow.
And Brandon,
I haven't done my roll.
you saved, and you're on a ledge. Oh, that wasn't your roll, Garnet? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was somebody else that said it wasn't.
Oh,
my-
okay, okay. So who hasn't rolled dexterity
No.
save?
I already did, but
Go ahead-
I
go
have
ahead,
an
Luther.
inspiration.
Rolled my dex save because I was asking if I see this, if danger sense would apply to this instance.
Danger sense.
I got the bubble up there in the
I
chat.
don't
So you would have you roll your dexterity save, but you have advantage on it. Yes. So you just roll a dexterity save at advantage. And for those who fail, in this case Luther still
How
too.
did I roll lower on an advantage?
19 damage.
19 damage. Everybody who falls in the pit of spikes takes 19 damage. That's Luther, Tharja, Garnet, and Anatoly. You don't. You kind of like
Tharja.
what?
I was just saying, Tharja, you could use your inspiration as well.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
She
to
only
say.
got a 10. You'd have to
No?
you'd have to roll a 5 on a d6.
Okay.
So roll a d6 and see if you get a 5.
Oh, you had disadvantage. Okay.
No, she's not at disadvantage or advantage. She's straight rolling. Why?
Oh,
Just
I
because
see.
just as somebody rolls at advantage doesn't mean that they have advantage or disadvantage. It just means that they have
Yeah,
it
I'm
stuck
gonna
on
take it.
forever and a day. Okay. So at any rate, so you guys each take 19 damage, except for Anatoly, who you are kind of like clinging to a little ledge, like a little lip. You think you can reach the lever from where you're at, but you know Garnet tried to budge it, and did you say something about it not budging? Because he was getting ready to get some tools out, so you think maybe it was stuck.
No, I don't think I said anything out loud. But
Okay, so you might think it's stuck, but you might be able to reach it from where you're at.
I'd like to use my boots to pop myself back over to where the handle is.
Ouch. That hurt.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
All right, you do that. Make a dex save.
All right, come on, baby. This time we're gonna make it.
Nice. Okay, so you pop back over.
Now,
You pop
Yeah,
back
so
over
now-
to the thing where there's no ledge there at all, but there happens to be a little bit of like brick sticking out, and you
All
find
right.
your feet find a foothold, and you're able to kind of grab onto the hieroglyphic hollow space where the lever is.
Yep.
So you're able to
And,
not fall a second time.
Now
I'll
I'd
be
like
up
to
to that.
try to use my tinker's tools and get that lever working.
Can I use my cloak of the bat to kind of like fly down and help everybody back up?
You can use your cloak of the bat to fly.
But I can't. I wouldn't be able to help like carry them up.
Well, if you put the cloak of the bat up there for the normal version, I don't know if they changed it in 2024, but normal version is you have to be clutching the edges of the cape.
Right. So if they grab me, like grab around my neck or something,
Yeah, if they grabbed you, then you could help them up. But where would you help them up to?
I'm assumed to like the edge of the doorway, like there.
Like like the little lip. You could help one
Yeah.
person there, and one person could get there. All right, Garnet, with the Tweaker's tools, give me another dex save. Because it's very hard to hold on and use the Tinker tools and, stay your foot. Keep your footing, and you take another 23 damage from the fall.
Ooh.
But you did hear the lever click.
All right, good.
And then all of a sudden, those of you that are down in the pit of spikes see the lid start to close back up. And you're underneath the lid in the pit of spikes.
That's not.
You have a small amount of time to hop out here. We're gonna do this here. 1 second.
All right, who would be the lightest person still in the pit?
Tharja.
Tharja's probably I was gonna say Tharja's probably the lightest.
I guess I'll help. I'll try to swoop down and get Luther, and then you can try and help Tharja out.
Yep.
I'm in there now too. So
Oh, jeez.
Don't help Luther. Don't help Luther.
All right, so
No, help
Siobhan
somebody
and
else.
Kaida are going to swoop down and attempt to get
how deep is
Tharja
how
out.
deep? I was gonna say how deep is the pit?
It's
it climbable?
only like 10 foot deep or so.
All right, so I'll try to climb out.
Okay, there's
Anybody got a
have a
rope?
I-
there's no real place to climb to.
Has anybody got a rope?
I have an idea. I'm not sure if it's a
Anatoly's
good
basically hanging on by claws and feet, like just on a little lip, like a ledge type thing, but not even a ledge, just a lip, and he's just kind of like spread out, kind of like this. And then he's going to go for the cloak of the bat. Yes, you're still going to do
Yes.
that, Brandon. And then
Yeah.
he's going to be able to help somebody. So you're going to help Tharja, you said?
No, I think Tharja. I think Siobhan's gonna help Tharja.
Okay, Shivam, how are you going to help Tharja?
Myself and Kaida are gonna fly down and try and grab hold of
Tag
her.
team.
Okay, I think you guys are way too small. How much does Tharja weigh?
Not that much.
What is your strength, Shivam?
12, and I'm not sure what Kaida's would be.
So it'd be 12.
Can
And
Luther
Kaida's
throw
is
30
Tharja up
6.
there?
divided by 2
Mm,
divided by 2.
Okay.
So you can hold about 90 pounds, including
Larger, skinny.
what is Tharja weigh? She's an elf, so she might be 90 pounds. But the other thing is that Shivam also has some equipment on him.
I'm only 90 pounds. Not an elf.
Does Kaida help with carrying capacity?
Yes, and Kaida's is a little bit different too. So Kaida's is you should also be able to open Kaida's character sheet too if you want to, Michael. But I'm opening it right now. Kaida's strength is only 6.
All right.
I will cast. I will cast this on myself.
I'll be back.
Okay, go.
Okay.
180 divided by 2 is 45. So yeah, so between Kaida and Shivam, you guys can carefully lift Tharja up out of the thing, and you're able to get Luther, right, Anatoly?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Garnet, how are you? What are you doing?
Hold on.
Cast levitate on
Casting
myself.
levitate. Okay, so you levitate up. Okay, and then the drawer just barely at it, like Tharja is just wriggling out like out of there just as the thing finishes closing up.
No, I was gonna. I didn't know you could do that. I was gonna action surge to try and get you both.
Let's see. Let's see. Do I have? I
Luke,
think
I
I
was
think I
gonna-
have a trap too, but
I was gonna just straight have Luther rage and try to throw her.
You could have thrown me. Dude, I would take more damage.
Don't tell the elf.
But you be out of the hole.
don't tell the
You'll
elf.
be in the hole.
Hey guys, here's the. Oh, nothing. This is nothing. I hear nothing. Did you guys hear
Sound
that?
like a
Anybody
cannon.
hear that? Okay,
Sound
you
like a
guys,
cannon.
some of you guys
I
did hear
heard
it then. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah.
it came delayed to me. Okay, that's why. All right.
Okay.
That's the sound. That's the sound of the floor made when it slammed back together.
How much does potion of greater healing heal?
44 plus 4.
So 48.
44 plus 4. Yep. So
Okay.
if you take it as an action, it's 16, 20 healing.
All right. How about superior healing?
44 plus 4 is 48.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
It's for die 8 maybe, but it's not 48.
I said 44 plus 4.
It's not even 4 die 8. What are you trying to get?
No.
You're trying to
No,
confuse
he
me.
said 44.
Oh, 44 plus 4. I get you. Yeah.
Okay.
I
What
got
about superior healing?
You know, you can look these things up. I will let you.
Yeah, but you know them offhand.
Superior. Well, okay. So if I say if I give you the answer to superior after you ask me greater, then you're just gonna ask me supreme, aren't you? After that,
Yeah, I don't.
All
I
right,
don't have a
it's-
supreme.
it's okay. Well, it's 8d4 plus 8, and then supreme
Okay.
should be 10d4 plus 10, but I'm
Plus
not
20.
positive.
I believe it's plus. Is it plus 10 or is it
10d4 10d4 plus. It could be.
Wait, maybe it's.
I think it's 10d4 plus 10. Well, unless it doesn't follow. It could. It might not follow. Yeah, it's 10d4 plus 20. You're right. It doesn't follow the normal formula. 8d4 plus 8, and if you use it as an action, it would be 8 times 8 is 64 plus 8, so 72.
Oh, I don't need 72. Let's see.
So use the greater one, huh?
I will.
The second one I told you,
44.
huh? 16 plus 4. And at that, you guys all kind of, you guys could all should actually take a long rest. It's been a while since you got here and that, and you guys could actually take a long rest if you wanted to. I would say that. And the door unlocks again, of course.
Okay.
Shivam and Kaido want to investigate the room and see if there's anything lying around that might help us down the road.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
think
get out.
that might have been lying around. It ended up on the bottom of that pit when the floor fell out.
I'm gonna get out of this room. I'm going in the hallway.
The
Take
door
a long
the
rest.
door that's slightly ajar leads to a small, like 3 foot by 3 foot dead end. There doesn't seem like there's anything else in the room.
Okay.
Secret doors, passages, or otherwise.
All right.
And that's where we'll wrap up. I'm gonna give you all, just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna give you all 300 XP.
Yay! Wait, will that make us level up?
I doubt
No.
it.
No.
No.
I'm still short.
300
And
XP each. Also,
Yeah, but that's because you're a dwarter.
Also, what you guys might for Michael and Anatoly, you guys will want to be at a level of experience that is equal to everyone else. Garnet, do you know what your XP level number is?
28,313.
Okay, so 28,313. Even with was that with the 300?
Yes, with the 300.
113.
28, 213, or 313.
3. So
313.
28313, and that's in the
All right.
that should be your guys' total XP. Just so we make sure we're leveling up you guys, relatively together at least.
All right.
And that's where we're gonna wrap up. And
All right.
hope you
I'm
guys,
going out to the.
hope you guys like
I'm going
it.
out
Okay.
to the tent, and I'm going out to take a long rest at the tent.
How can I change my character sheet to 2024 version?
You have to create a 2024 character. Hold on one second.
Okay, so that.
Character. And then
Just a minute.
making the character in that version might be a little bit like I might have to help you, but I haven't really done too much with that yet. So
Okay.
so it might be
Yeah, 'cause-
us working on it together. So it might be good for us to do between sessions. But
All right.
okay, there's a character sheet, an extra blank one there for you at the top there. It just says Michael in the journal.
Oh, okay.
And then that you when you make that, you're gonna pick. It'll ask you like, do you want to make a 2024? I think. Oh nope. Hold on. Let me fix this here. Hold on. I take that back. Character sheet settings. Add sheet to game. There we go. Let's try that again. And in the meantime, for the rest of y'all, I will say unto you things like, thanks for joining us here on Action Surge, where imagination collides with the roll of dice. We battle fearsome foes and forge unforgettable memories together. As the session draws to a close, remember, the journey never truly ends. Keep rolling those dice, weaving those tales, and farewell, adventurers. Don't forget to check us out on Action Surge 5e on all the platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Patreon, YouTube. Give us likes and subscribes and follows and all that good stuff. And until next time, may all your actions serve.
Actions, sir.
share with your friends.
What they said.
Share it with your friends too.
Gather round, Adventurous bold in the realm where tales unfold. The podcast of heroes, a quest divine, where imagination takes flight. Let's combine. Roll the dice, let the story begin. Monsters and magic, the battles within. From dragons to dungeons, a thrilling ride. Action Surge podcast where legends collide. Action Surge, it's time to embark on a podcast journey where dungeons spark. Venture forth with warriors true in the world of D&D. We welcome you. Action Surge, it's time to embark on a podcast journey where dungeons spark. Venture forth with warriors true in the world of D&D. We welcome you.
We're gonna raid somebody. Let's raid somebody on Twitch because you know that
John
helps
has
people
seen me
get
before,
followers to
because
us,
he's someone when
and
we've
it
been
also
doing
helps
it with
get
Brian's game before.
followers to other streamers.
Yeah.
And let's see who's on right now that I know of. One second. Mindari is on. I rated her last time. I liked to watch her stuff. Oh, Fate of the Dice is on right now. Let's raid Fate of the Dice.
nice.
Our buddies over at Fate of the Dice.
Exactly.
Nikki and those guys. Oh, hang on. Let me turn Nikki down just a hair.
Woman
All right, we're gonna raid Fate of the Dice.
Ashley.
Raid Fate. How do we do this? Fate. Oh, jeez. Of the Dice D&D. Because good thing they don't have a long name. Fate of the Dice. Here we go. So we're getting ready to raid in 6 seconds here. 3, 2, 1. Use all your crazy action surge emotes and stuff, and tell them that you're
How do we
raiding.
do that?
You do it on the Twitch channel, on the Twitch stream.
Oh, I'm not on Twitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
not
So,
on
and
Twitch.
rating now. So there we go. Yay!
Disappearing.
Well, it's not really designed to pick up more than one person.